Yep. Good evening, Commissioner Mulhorn, and welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Milwaukie Planning Commission. Agendas and additional copies of staff reports are available on the city website at www.milwaukieoregon.gov. You may locate them by navigating to the community calendar where tonight's meeting page is posted. If you have not reviewed the agenda, please do so. It contains important information about the process. Our first order of business is our native lands acknowledgement, where the city of Milwaukie respectfully acknowledges that our community is located on the ancestral homeland of the Clackamas people. In 1855, the surviving members of the Clackamas signed the Willamette Valley Treaty, also known as the Kalapuya Treaty, with the federal government in good faith. We offer our respect and our gratitude to the indigenous people of the land. Our next order of business is our Planning Commission meeting minutes. Does anyone have any corrections to make? Then for our commissioners online, we can't actually see you on the televisions in the display room. So if you have any corrections, if you could speak up for us.
No corrections, Chair Sherman.
Great.
No corrections.
Thank you both. So I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the notes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented, Chair.
And second.
Thank you. It was moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Great. Motion passes unanimously. It's a little bit of feedback, but our next order of business is informational items. Are there any informational items from staff?
Why, yes. I just wanted to let you all know that we have a new planning commissioner that's going to be starting with us next month. Lisa Graytreek is going to be here, and she comes to us with a really rigid, excellent background in historic preservation. So I'll have her introduce herself when she gets here. And she'll be here at the first meeting in July. And then I also wanted to I know you all are probably aware of this, but there's a lot of really great stuff going on in the city of Milwaukie over the summer. So I would encourage you to look at the city calendar and take a look at all the great things that are going on. In particular, we've got the Juneteenth celebration coming up, and it's also Pride Month here. We've got two big celebrations going on with that. And then we've got First Friday, and we've just got a lot going on. So I encourage everybody to get out and enjoy the weather here in Milwaukie.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. My family and I had the pleasure of going to First Friday last weekend. The weather cooperated, heard some nice music. I ate some great food at Milwaukie Floral. It's exciting to have kind of all these activities going on, and definitely looking forward to Juneteenth this weekend. So great. And maybe a shout out to Mayor Beatty if she's happening to tune in, for helping us find some talented planning commissioners this last cycle. So really appreciate that and look forward to kind of getting our newest planning commissioner onboarded. Well, let's move on to 4.0, which is audience participation. So this is an opportunity to provide public comment for any items that aren't on the agenda. So the items on the agenda is the Campbell Elementary School site, the Type 3 variance on 35th Avenue, and then the 1847 food park. So if you want to comment on those things, we'll wait to the moment in the meeting. If you want to talk about something else, now is your opportunity for that. Is there anyone in the room or online who'd like to comment? For folks dialing in, I believe it's *9, or you can also use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. Nope. Great. Well, then let's convene at this point of the agenda as the Community Involvement Advisory Committee. I'd like to hold off on any discussion or updates until the work session item where the commission and staff can discuss some of that. but just wondering if staff have any updates for the community involvement committee, or if committee members have any comments or discussion.
I don't have any comments except for to say that at the currently we've got the discussion on the July 9th agenda, which I think will be great because we'll have our new planning commissioner here and then we'll have everybody here. So we'll do it on July 9th.
Perfect. Vice Chair Freeman, Commissioner Foynmayor, anything from Community Involvement Advisory Committee? No? Okay.
No, Chair.
No.
Great. Well, we can then move on to 6.0, which is our hearing items of the night. And our first item is 6.1, the charter school at Campbell Elementary School site. This is a type 3 application for a community service use review. The type 3 community service use review is called to order. The next agenda item is a public hearing to consider application number CSU 2024-003. The purpose of the application is to request approval of a major modification to the existing community service use approval for the Campbell Elementary site. The proposal is to utilize the site as the new home of the Cascade Heights Public Charter School, which is a K-8 school with approximately 225 students and 25 staff. The applicant has the burden of proving that the applicant is consistent with the city's zoning, subdivision ordinance, the comprehensive plan, any applicable municipal code provisions, and that the proposal conforms with the city's applicable criteria. I'd like to ask staff to cite the zoning ordinance section or sections where the criteria can be found.
Thank you, Chair. The applicable sections of the municipal code are section 19.301, the moderate density residential zone, or R-MD, Chapter 19.600, off-street parking and loading, Chapter 19.700, public facility improvements, Section 19.904, community service uses, and Section 19.1006, Type 3 review.
Great, thank you. All testimony and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria. Failure to address a criterion or raise an issue with sufficient detail to allow the Planning Commission an adequate opportunity to respond to the issues precludes the appeal to City Council based on that issue. Failure to raise any constitutional issues or any other issues related to proposed conditions of approval with, again, sufficient detail to allow a response precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Any party withstanding may appeal the decision of the Planning Commission to Milwaukie City Council. Persons withstanding are those who submit comments or testify. If any additional documents or evidence are provided by any party, the commission may, if requested, allow a continuance or leave the record open to allow parties a reasonable opportunity to respond. Any such continuance or extension shall be subject to the limitations of the 120-day rule unless the continuance or extension is requested or agreed to by the applicant. I think as we move into public comment on this, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll probably limit public testimony to about 3 minutes per people, but we'll come back to that as we get to that part of the agenda. I want to just start with conflicts of interest. Do any members of the commission wish to abstain from the hearing?
No.
Hearing and seeing no's from our digital commissioners. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an actual or a potential conflict of interest? No?
No. No.
No? Does any member of the commission wish to report on any ex parte contacts? Welcome.
No.
No? Will any commissioner who has visited the site prior to this hearing please raise their hand? Great. Did any of those commissioners who visited the site speak to anyone at the site or noted anything different from what is indicated in the staff report or for the application? No? Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the participation of any member of the Planning Commission? Hearing none. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to hear this matter? Hearing none. I've often joked at that question that if someone says yes, I hope Justin's ready to throw the life preserver out because I don't know what you do then. Let's proceed to the staff report.
All right. Thank you, Chair Sherman, commissioners, members of the audience, both virtual and physically present. I'm Brett Culver. I'm a senior planner with the city, and I'm going to be walking us all through the staff presentation for this application. So you can go. Oh. All right. So just an overview of the site. This is a large school campus that's within the Hector Campbell neighborhood. It was built in the late 50s as an elementary school campus. It's got multiple buildings on it, and a combination of both covered and open play space, a gymnasium. It's got multiple classroom buildings, and it's pretty well designed. It has a nice kind of clustered feeling, so the scale of it is appropriate as you would expect for an elementary school. You can do the next slide. So in general, what we refer to as community service uses or CSUs relate to there are a few things in the community that we don't have a zone for. Things like schools and churches are considered a conditional type of use. And in particular, when they're in a residential zone, there's some specific criteria that they're supposed to meet. The idea being that there's a demonstration that's a good fit for the neighborhood. So considerations of the levels of activity, hours of use, and then kind of weighing the public benefits of having the feature there versus any impacts that might happen. So these are some of the bullet list here are the standard items that are kind of the key points of consideration for both approving a new community service use, or in a case like this where we have an existing school, approved previously as a community service use, when there are modifications made to it. And we do distinguish between major types of modifications and minor ones. And whether it's a new CSU or a major modification, like we're discussing tonight, these are the criteria for approval. So for future reference. Just a brief history of the site. Like I said, it was developed in the late 50s as an elementary school, and it served that way until it was closed by the district in 2011. Over time, there were various improvements made to the site, different buildings added, a combination of some other issues that got consideration as major modifications and a few other ones that were minor. And since the school closed in 2011, there's continued to be some activity there. It's continued to be some form of a community resource. Obviously, people continue to use the athletic fields. There's a community garden that the Neighborhood District Association started in 2012. And so it's continued to see some use and that function as a kind of a school-related use in the neighborhood. But what we're discussing tonight, the proposal is to kind of restart an elementary school type of use at the site after this 10 or 12 year hiatus, and that's the Cascade Heights Public Charter School. And you'll hear more from the applicant team. They can share more details and description of the school use itself. And I think when we first learned about the proposal to restart the school, it did feel like it needed some kind of review. Obviously, it had been more than a decade since a school use had functioned there, even though, like I noted, there had been other activities happening at the site. And so I think the question was whether or not it was something that would rise to the level of a major modification or was a minor modification. And I think we, after considering it, we decided that the potential for some of the transportation impacts were something that meant it should probably come to a public hearing with the Planning Commission as a major modification. So just I'll say a few words about, can you go back? Sorry, so just to explain a little bit, because it is a large campus, and with multiple buildings, and I don't know if the labeling on some of these structures is as clear for my reference here for you to see, but there's basically the southern 2/3 of the campus, the section, if you know the site, you know that kind of slopes downhill towards Railroad Avenue, and it's essentially those southern 2/3 of the site are what are going to be used. A combination of The building that serves as the Early Childhood Evaluation Center has the cafeteria, and the rest of the classroom buildings in the southern portion, as well as the gymnasium and the field. So that's the primary area of the school activity focus. So the traffic management piece was the one that we thought merited the most attention. And I guess I would say that it's the combination of some of the physical features of the site, as well as the proposed practices and management tools that the new school operators have, are what we think are going to make the school function with a minimal impact. Physically on the site, there is a large queuing area, what used to be used as kind of a bus drop-off area, and also a couple of parking lots are on the site. Additionally, from that southernmost driveway down towards Railroad Avenue, there's about 300 feet of queuing space on the street where cars can line up. Now, one of the concerns that we had as we looked at this was, since busing isn't going to be happening at the site like it had happened in the past, and that most of the trips are going to be probably private vehicles, the concern was that we not have vehicles queuing up on Railroad Avenue. Everyone who knows Railroad Avenue knows there's no room for people not to be driving on that. So there's no room for cars to queue up there. And so that was kind of the standard that we were using as the measure of performance here. And so in addition to the physical attributes of the site, where there's space on the street for queuing and also on the site for some queuing, in addition to what has been proposed by the applicant team, the staggered times that they have for pickup and drop off, the active promotion of carpooling, and in general, and again, they can say more about this as well. I think what they've demonstrated from their function at other locations they've been at is they have a very attentive, flexible approach. They're able to respond and pivot very quickly if they start to recognize problems. That's maybe one of the benefits of not being kind of just another district school, is they can kind of make their own practices to fit what needs to happen on the site. Obviously, there's a constructed sidewalk there, and one of the conditions of approval that we've recommended is kind of restoring some of the on-site bicycle parking as well. So even though it's not necessarily going to be the same kind of neighborhood-focused school as before, we assume that there will be some people making those kinds of trips, and so there's kind of that multimodal aspect of it as well. So with all that in mind, moving to our recommendation, just to kind of keep this short, the overall staff assessment was that, especially with the traffic management plan that we've seen, we feel that there will be minimal to no impacts to the neighborhood there in terms of the vehicle question. And one of the conditions of approval that we've proposed, which is kind of what functions with most community service uses, but we wanted to clarify it, is that if there are some issues with this, we want to just make it clear that kind of our couple-step approach will be, first, staff coordinating with the school team to see if there's some problem solving we can do, and if there continue to be issues with a school's function, that what's understood with any community service uses, it can always be brought back to the Planning Commission if there needs to be some larger problem solving. So with that in mind, we are recommending approval with the findings that were in the packet and also the conditions. There were just two small revisions I would point to the conditions. In condition 1, we've just proposed removing the word traffic with respect to impacts. We addressed impacts in general in the first sentence of that condition and wanted to stay consistent with that. The idea being that although we were most concerned with traffic impacts, that, to be fair, if there are any other kinds of impacts related to the CSU, we just wanted to be clear that we'll revisit those as needed. And then also condition number 3, which relates to the requirement to rebuild the northernmost driveway. We just want to clarify with a final sentence that's kind of similar to the one we included for the bicycle parking condition, that just specifies a little bit the expectation of timeline, and that is that driveway would be rebuilt by the end of the summer following the first school year that we're there. So with that in mind, I'll ask if you have any questions about any of this, and we'll move forward.
Great. Does any planning commissioners have any questions for staff?
Chair Sherman, I have a question.
Yes, Vice Chair, please.
Just as if the community has, or there's a community member who finds that thinks there's an issue with the traffic or any impact in the future, what's the process for them to bring that to the planning department so it comes back before us?
Yeah, well, I think what we would hope and expect in general is that members of the community would contact us in the planning department and kind of raise the issue with us, let us understand a little bit more what's happening, and then kind of assess from there. I think our expectation and hope is that our starting point would be to start a conversation with the school and the school management and leadership team as a starting point, and start problem solving from there.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Great, and so then that would involve the city staff liaising with the school district to try and find a solution. I would, I guess, also anticipate, Vice Chair Freeman, that if community members felt like that liaising was taking too long, they could always show up to a planning commission meeting and talk to us during that open comment period. But I mean, of course, hopefully people would have a little bit of patience to let some coordination take place because, yeah, okay, great. Any other clarifying questions for staff? Great. Let's move on to public testimony. I know that we've received some correspondence on this matter, and there were some items included in the meeting packet. Oh, do we? We probably do. I think my script might be off there. Yeah, it says to go to correspondence, but let's go to the applicant then instead. Would the applicant like to come and give a presentation? Sorry. If you would Cindy, if you'd mind introducing yourself for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Cindy Detchen. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Operations for the North Clackamas School District. And this evening I have with me Kristen Macy. She's the principal of Cascade Heights Charter School. And I think together we'll be able to provide you a little bit more context and address all of your questions or concerns. We have a presentation. To pull up. Mm-hmm. Thank you. This is in cooperation both with the school district as the owner of the property, but also as the sponsor of the charter school. We have a longstanding relationship with the charter school, and while they have their own governing body, they have their own school board, they also have to make sure that they're in alignment with all of the standards required by the school district and the state. And so I am here to testify that we are a very strong partner, and Kristen is present at our principal meetings, at our professional development, and has my my phone number on speed dial as well. So we are a good team. I will let Kristen brag a little bit about her school so you know who they are.
Thank you. Cascade Heights started in 2006 by a group of community members that wanted a school that their families could be heavily involved in. And that set the tone for the years that have followed. We are a K-8 charter school. We have 26 kids per class and 1 class per grade. So a very small, tight-knit community. We have a highly involved parent population that work hard to show up for their children in any way that they can. And we have a year-over-year record-setting experience of high-level volunteerism and partnership from our community. This is our mission. We truly focus on preparing kids to be members of the global community in ways that are much more than just academic. Next slide. We are a very small community. It feels like a small community when you are in our building, whether we're at our current location or at our future one. I'm sure we'll bring that with us. People get to know each other at a very personal level. There's a lot of interaction with our board, with our students, with our staff, and with our families. We provide a multi-sensory learning experience for all students. We believe heavily that learning happens when you can make connections to the real world and to the experiences that you have. We have monthly field trips for all students all around the state, and overnight field trips starting in 4th grade, so that students can take the curriculum that they learn and the high level instruction that is taught in class and get some hands-on experience in those areas. We travel all over the state and we take international trips. This spring break, we went to Taiwan and we've gone to China a couple of times, and we're looking at getting into South America in the next couple of years. We offer daily PE. Students take Spanish and Mandarin in kindergarten, and then they choose their track for the rest of their academic career, and they take one of those languages. And they're not just learning the language in class, they're learning about different cultures around the world and how they can better be members of society. They also have access to critical supports like special education services, supports for English language learners, and talented and gifted programs. And we have art and music with designated art and music teachers, as well as daily PE. And one thing that really sets our students apart is the leadership opportunities that we provide students. We start doing public speaking opportunities in kindergarten for kids, and we get them involved in service learning projects in the community and all kinds of other leadership opportunities.
So we know that one of the main concerns was around transportation. There is no school busing for a charter school in this case, and so students are reliant upon parents or other forms of transportation. So we will talk to you a little bit today about the daily impact, how we go about controlling special events. If you have an all-school assembly and every parent wants to come and see the awards, that can get a little untenable. And so we'll talk to you about how we do that. And also the community use that we allow in all of our schools in North Clackamas, a little bit more about the culture and community and what the neighborhood can expect. And then the outreach that we've already done, we'll continue to do, and the flexibility that a small school is allowed. So we'll get into the nitty gritty here. We have the morning drop off and then the afternoon pickup. Morning drop off, if any of you have ever been or are parents who go and drop your child off at any school, you know that the morning isn't quite as untenable as the afternoon can be, because parents start queuing up typically in many schools quite early because they want to get in and get out. So I have a school not in Milwaukie, but also in the school district where parents arrive 45 minutes early to get the best spot. That is not the case with Cascade Heights. They have a very, very seamless plan. And so I'll let Kristen talk about that. There's just 2 waves in the morning, the different kinds of activities that they have, and then we'll get into a little bit more detail around the afternoon pickup.
Thank you. Morning drop-off, as she said, is very easy on our campus. We have a morning club for parents that work or want to drop their kids off early so they can get the wiggles out or work on homework, whatever it is that they want to do. So really students are arriving between 6:45 and 8 a.m. I did an audit of any impact that this had to our neighborhood traffic patterns and could find none. We only had between 3 and 8 cars queued up at any time, and 8 was heavy on the heaviest days. So we're excited about the opportunity that the new location has for queuing and believe that morning will continue to be seamless. Our focus is always safety as well as impact on the community. So we have staff members outside and we're monitoring. And a cool thing about our community is we are so close-knit. If something occurs during drop-off or afternoon pickup, I can send out an email as well as talk to parents directly about anything that is done that is not safe or doesn't follow the guidelines, and we can quickly pivot and correct.
That picture is actually an actual picture of signs that Cascade Heights has created for the current site. They saw an issue and a parent came together, and so these are real photos of real people or real items from the school. The afternoon pickup has multiple phases, again, limiting the number of cars coming onto the campus at any one given time. We'll show, in your packet, you have a queuing map that shows we'll never have more than 29 cars, and that's a very, very high number on any of their given days. because we're going to be assigning different level, by last name, I believe, is how we'll do it. And so families will come pick up at different stages. We don't anticipate having more than 20 to 25 cars in queue at any given time, and there's room for 39. So that should not be a problem, but as Kristen mentioned, if we ever start to see that it's building up, we will quickly alter those plans and can do that in 24 hours, easily done. The other thing to mention is that as a unique, I think, to Cascade Heights, they currently have 27 students whose parents work at the school. So out of the 225, 27 children come to school with their parent. And so those are cars that are coming onto campus earlier than the start time, earlier than the bell time, parking and not being in that queue line. And that's a consistent number. That's not an anomaly. Kristen has done a little bit of tracking back and saying, no, that's pretty consistent, because for a lot of our instructional assistants, any other assistant programs that we have, we tend to want to hire parents because we want to keep them in our community, in addition to the teachers that they have on staff. So that's not like I said, not an anomaly. So we believe we have the morning and afternoon queue time pretty well dialed in and a good plan, but we can pivot if needed. The community use, I'll start with that first, because I want to make sure everybody's aware that community garden that is on the upper level or the northern portion of the campus will remain. We have a great relationship with the Campbell NDA and that neighborhood group there who has created that community garden. We will not be utilizing the buildings that are up on that upper level and can easily separate the community use during the school day from the rest of the school patterns. So there's not a concern there. It's actually a very long, tall staircase that you have to climb in order to get up or down, and we can put a sign there, a gate if needed. I don't anticipate that being a need, but we certainly can do that. I'm going to take this a moment for self-promotion. We do not allow dogs on our campuses during the school day, despite what people believe. And so there's a picture of our most recent campaign to let folks know that you are welcome to bring your dog after school hours, but please keep them on a leash and please be a responsible owner. And so we will have signs on that campus as well. We'll extend that campaign to that site.
And speaking to that point, we already have a team of parents that are signed up for the first week of school that are going to come and in a very friendly and polite manner, greet those dog walkers and people that want to be on our campus, and just remind them that we are now a school and give them some information and a brochure so that they can come and get involved.
Right.
I've coached a few seasons of youth soccer at Campbell, and you've got some work to do for you.
Yes.
There's a lot of dog messes out on that field.
Yeah. I believe some neighbors might have to change their hours that they do that. I've seen that as well. When the school has assemblies, they will do a double assembly, and they'll stagger the time so that not all students are participating at once, and so not all parents are coming on campus at once. That's all outlined in your packet, so hopefully that was clear. We'll be happy to answer any questions that aren't clear in the packet or that we don't address in this presentation. And then the field will be continued to be used after hours, like you said, for community use for sports, whether it's the fields or the gym. All of our schools have rental availability after certain hours. The school has the ability to block out time. So if they were to have a musical presentation in the evening or a play or something where they wanted all parents to come on a Thursday night, they would block that out, and so any community use would not be allowed. So we'll never have crossover events, and that's the case that we have in all of our schools. And I'll just introduce this slide by saying I stole this picture off of their Facebook page because they do share a lot. And I'm guessing, but I'll let Kristen fill in, they had a bike campaign and said, show us your alternative routes of biking or, other ways that you're getting around town. And so this was a family biking trip, and they sent in their picture as well. But Kristen's been working on different ways for families to know about the carpooling aspect as well as alternative methods for transportation.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a positive environmental impact as well as a positive community impact to a carpool program. One of the reasons that we're excited about joining the Hector Campbell neighborhood and the city of Milwaukie is the ability for increased community connections. We're excited about the events that you were talking about. We're excited about volunteer opportunities and getting to know our neighbors. And part of that is providing a safe way to get to school. So we will be putting bike racks in. We are pushing carpooling. We're working on connecting new families to existing families. But that is also something that our community has been doing for years. Because we don't have transportation, families get to know each other quickly. They find out where everybody lives. They have Facebook groups, and it is a best practice that has been in place for a long time. You see moms and dads show up with SUVs, and those SUVs are full of kids. And that's how we want it, because that also increases bonds. It helps with the buy-in for the community. We see a lot of really cool relationships grow from that. As she said, we are advertising, we're doing newsletter reminders, and we will be going door to door, as we do in our current location, with information and flyers that we can give out so that families can directly contact us if there are any concerns, and also get involved. We're hoping that we can have maybe some neighbors come and help out with things.
And as Kristen said, that they will be doing some more door knocking. They'll get a flyer. They will have the school phone number, so hopefully you won't be getting any phone calls. They'll have direct access to Kristen and certainly the school district as well, if they need additional support. And if you hear anything, please let us know as well. We did attend the Campbell NDA meeting. Kristen, one of her board members, and I, in March, had a really great reception, had lovely conversations with the community members that were at that meeting. And the overall sentiment was, we're so glad that this can be a school again. Like, this is what the neighborhood needs. And so we were felt very positive about that response from them. We will invite all of you to a ribbon cutting in August so that you can come see the school for yourself if you like. And those service learning projects that Kristen mentioned, they will be giving back to the community as well. And so whether it's helping with the community garden up above, or there's a special project at a park nearby, they're very interested in looking for those opportunities as well. And we can't stress enough that they are small, they're very agile, different than the 18 other elementary schools that I help with in the school district. If one does something, that means I have to think about how that would work for 17 others. And changing a bus pattern or a system for one school, it takes a lot of consideration because you have all of those other schools to consider. That's not the case with Cascade Heights. They can create and recreate and redesign on a dime. And so I have every ounce of belief that they will be able to manage anything that comes their way when it comes to concerns around the community. So I believe that is it for us. And yeah, we do look forward for the Cascade Heights to join this community. Happy to address any questions or concerns that you might have.
Great, thanks so much, Ms. Detchen and Principal Macy. Are there any questions from planning commissioners for the applicant? I had one, and I don't know if maybe the last slide could do it, or Brett or Vera, if you actually have the packet available. I was just wondering if you might be able to talk us through that queuing plan for a moment. I think I understand it, but I feel like it could be helpful.
Yeah, the visual aid would be helpful, but I can certainly describe it.
Yeah, or the last slide had an overview of the site, so you might be able to just use that.
From the staff presentation, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or this could work, I think.
Perfect. Yeah, so along 47th Avenue, there's plenty of space between that first driveway and Railroad Avenue. And I believe, Brett, you said it was 300 feet. And so there's ample room for several cars. We never want them to be anywhere near Railroad. And so we've cut that off about, if you can see where the shadow ends on the street. And so it's just at the beginning of that ball field, we counted between there. So it'd be a single file up the right-hand side of the road, start to turn into the driveway right where the building F starts. And then once they get to that driveway, they would queue into 2 lines. And so we'd have a staff member there that would start to branch them off into 2 queuing lines, and enough adults to safely get students into cars and not crossing through. So through that double line, through the turnaround into the first driveway entrance, coming out of the second driveway, we believe we can get 2 lanes of cars there. Typically, if you go now, we have a lot of trainings for staff there. They park there anyway because it's just easier to unload and load their cars. So there's always a line of cars on that curb, and then the second one for driving. So we know it fits just fine. We've done our measurements. So those 2 queuing lines, we believe we can have 39 cars. We don't believe we need more than 25, 26 at a time.
Great, thanks. And then for reference for anyone in the audience, definitely the visual image in the staff report is, I think, really helpful. It's on page 39 of the package.
And if I could speak to
yes,
that
please.
for a moment, the plan that we have laid out, we will adapt and figure out how the space works, but our current plan combined with the new site, I think it will be a well-oiled machine like it currently is. We have one staff member, Mrs. Gossman. She's very good on the walkie-talkie. She will stand and tell somebody up with the kids which parents are in line so that we have the kids come up and they are ready to go and get in the car. We'll have 2 flaggers who are staff members who also know who all the parents are and know the whole flow. It is a process that is kind of beautiful to see. I mean, we're able to get 225 kids out of there in about 10 minutes. So we believe that this is going to be very similar.
I don't know if it was done officially with the City of Milwaukee engineers endorsement or not, but I know at my children's elementary school here in Milwaukee, they've also gotten like a no left turn in. You know, has there been any discussion about that lower driveway of making it so you're only queuing in from, turning right, not turning left into it across traffic?
Yes, we will have it only queued from the bottom.
Only queued, okay, much more efficient.
It'll be
that
more
way.
like a sandwich sign that we take in and out rather than a permanent
yeah,
sign.
Yeah, okay, great, thanks. I don't have any other questions. Anyone else, any questions for the applicant? No? Well, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for sharing more about your school with us as well. It's exciting to hear about. Okay. Now we can go to correspondence. Have we received any correspondence on this matter other than those items included in the meeting packet?
Yes, we have. And yeah, my apologies for the script. It sounds like
that's all right.
I missed it there. We did get 2 comments emailed just today within the last couple hours, both in support of the school, one from Matt Freitas and one from Veronica Whitmore, and I forwarded them on to you. They'll be included in the record as well.
Great. Yeah, thanks. Planning commissioners, if you haven't had a chance, please review those. I do believe both community members are in support of the application. So now we can move on to public testimony. We'll recognize people submitting public testimony on the application. If you're interested in submitting testimony, please fill out one of the yellow cards. If you haven't done so already, there's some back there by Joseph, who's lurking, but is also a very smiley individual. So he can help you fill one out, and then you can hand it to Mr. Kelver. If you're here to testify, please remember to confine your remarks to the application and the relevant criteria and to avoid repetition and information not relevant. Also, if you could please state your name and city of residence so that could be entered into the record. We don't need your address. So I'd like to start with people in support of the application, and I have a few cards queued up, so apologies in advance if I have any issues with folks' names, but I believe I have a Mr. Connors up first. Just because we do have a handful of individuals in a fairly busy evening tonight, we'll give each person 3 minutes. So again, if you could state your name and city of residence, and the floor is yours.
Sorry for folks, you do need to, if you're coming up, just make sure you push the little button, get a red light on the microphone to speak.
Thank you all for your time. My name is Corey Connors. I live in Milwaukie, Oregon, and have lived here almost my whole life, either in Gladstone, Portland, or Milwaukee. And once upon a time, I was a brand new board member at Cascade Heights Public Charter School, and Kristen Macy, our executive director, pulled me aside and said, I want to take you somewhere just for 20 minutes. And she took me right over to Campbell Elementary, and she said, I want to move here someday. And this was about 5 years ago. This has been her vision and our dream as a community to move to this facility. Our last school was great, but to be honest, it was a little less than this school is. The school is amazing, newer, cleaner, more friendly, better neighborhood, better community. We're really excited to be a part of Milwaukie and honored to be considered for this because we think we'd be a great fit. I have 2 kids that go to the school. They're 3rd grade and 6th grade, and they have had the most amazing time at this school. The leaders and staff and teachers are incredible. And I went to public school here, and this is a public school. I want to make that very clear. This is a public charter school. We get about 85% of the funding that regular schools get, but we do more with it. Mrs. Macy has been saving money for this move since I met her, and that was about 8 years ago. And so we have some funding saved up. We're going to build play structures. We've got some really great, exciting plans that the community will be able to utilize. Your kids, as you're coaching soccer, will be able to play on those play structures. And that's exciting and will be really wonderful to watch and participate in. But I want you to just understand that this community is grateful, and we are very flexible. So if there's little issues here and there, we can work with you to be better. Thank you.
Next up, Sean Schmelzer. I wasn't sure if that was a T or a Z. And maybe just to confirm, in support, opposition, neutral? We'll hold off then. Great. I'll hold you and I'll go to in support. Sarah Wilkinson.
Hi, I'm Sarah Wilkinson. I am a Milwaukie homeowner and a Cascade Heights parent and volunteer. Just to say again that the community at Cascade Heights is very special. We're a close-knit group. My daughter is entering into 3rd grade, and we've been with the same group of families since kindergarten. We all know each other. We text each other. We have a Facebook group. We're all collaborating together on raising our children. We have discussed outside of school about carpooling and how this is going to work. My family plans on walking or biking to take our daughter to school. Mrs. Macy, her staff, the teachers are all very flexible on making changes and improvements. And the kids and parents are very, very respectful to the school, to the community. Like Miss Macy said, there is a monthly field trip. The kids go on these big field trips out into the community and say, yes, ma'am, thank you, please, all these things that you don't always see all the time. Kids are often picking up trash and beautifying the community. It starts in kindergarten and goes up to 8th grade. There's a large number of families who have multiple children, so that takes the impact of multiple cars to one. There's low cost before and after school care that families can utilize to drop off an hour before school starts or pick up an hour after school starts. And it's an affordable price that people can afford. And then again, there are about 30 kids who are staff kids who are already riding to school with their parents and going home with their parents. And yeah, just please consider approving this plan and supporting the Cascade Heights community and welcoming them to Milwaukie.
Great. Thanks so much for taking your time to come out tonight. Farah Tran.
Hi, good evening. I'm Farah Tran. I'm a resident of the Hector Campbell neighborhood as well as an employee of Cascade Heights. I'm the mom of 2 girls, both who live in the neighborhood and go to Cascade Heights. We've been in Milwaukie. Well, I personally have been in Milwaukie the last 35 years, graduating from the old Clackamas High School. We've spent the last 10 years in the Hector Campbell neighborhood. We love all the activities in Milwaukie, like the tree lighting and the parade and the Bayfront Park stuff, all that. I love living in the city of Milwaukie. I love the community. I appreciate so much the city does for its inhabitants, and I love more than anything Cascade Heights. It brings me joy to go to work every day. It's a vibrant, family-focused community. And so for me, having these two forces join is like winning the lottery. I can't imagine a better relationship. I've heard some concern about the traffic. I totally appreciate that. I spent years driving from Milwaukie to Northeast Portland, and it took way too long, and I always resented the time that I was missing in that traffic. And I think I appreciate that now more so than ever, getting the kids off to their after-school activities and families on their way home. We've always been concerned with the safety of the neighborhood, the students, the staff. So we are, as Mrs. Macy said, a well-oiled machine during our car line. We start the year by sending very detailed maps, protocols, and expectations to all the families of what is expected during car line, and then we intermittently resend those throughout the year just as friendly reminders. We greet all the students every morning. We stand outside so we're aware of what's happening when they are dropped off. It's also my favorite part of the morning, getting to say hi to all the kids. And then at the end of the day, every single staff member on campus goes out to do car line. We lock up the office, we all go outside, we all are positioned at very key points. We have a couple of people on phones, we have flaggers, we have people directing traffic with hands. We're like a mini little Portland airport with our air traffic controllers. And we've had issues with like medical emergencies happening, people's car batteries dying in the middle, and we have been able to adapt and move car line as if nothing is happening. And the average car line is 6 to 8 minutes. Pretty much every day. I feel personally responsible for these kids getting home safe. My kids are in there. I feel personally responsible. This is the neighborhood I live in. So I just really foresee a beautiful and harmonious relationship between Cascade Heights, the neighborhood of Hector Campbell, and the city of Milwaukie.
Thanks, Farah. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I believe last up in support is Faith Wilder, and then I apologize, the handwriting scrawls off, so no, it's all right. Yeah, you can. Just push the little microphone button to turn that one on.
My name is Faith Wildermuth, and I live on Adams Street, which connects to the upper playground of Campbell. My family has lived there for almost 25 years, and both of my boys attended Campbell up until it closed in 2011. Our neighborhood was devastated to hear it was closing, and we worried about the property being vacant or possibly being sold to a development, and we worried about the problems that may cause. But I do advocate for Cascade I advocated it to come in 2011, and I support it coming now. The buildings had renovations done through the first bond money in 2008 or so. The concerns of drop off and pickup are for us is, I think is minimal. I think it will work itself out in the end. And I think if everyone works together, it will all work out fine. Campbell has been a valuable asset to our neighborhood, and I feel ready for it to be a school once again.
Great, thank you very much. We will now move to anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application. Anyone who, I have one that's no boxes checked. And if there's no one in opposition, we can also move to anyone who might be neutral on the application. Neutral? Or in opposition? Why don't you come on up? Share your thoughts and questions and concerns with us. If you could introduce yourself for the record, thanks.
I'm Shawn Smelzer, and I'm a neighbor. I like bought my house because of the schoolyard and the park. So I agree with the prior speaker. I'm glad it's not being sold and developed into houses or something else. And I like the idea of a school, but I'm already concerned about the traffic that exists now because of the wide area for busts, buses, the cars speed up that hill. They come around the corner. One has crashed into almost my house. A few months ago, there was a car stolen and they cut through, and there was drones and the police. And so I'm very concerned about the traffic that exists now. And it's been that way for quite a while, but the neighborhood has changed. It's improved. There's families, there's lots of children. And so I'm already concerned. And I took a petition because Laura's kindly told me I'm kind of going about this the wrong way. I didn't quite know how. But I took a petition. I have 100 people listed asking for speed bumps on that main street. And then a stop sign on a three-way stop sign in my corner, because it's a cut through. And the traffic, and it's not just, it's the children that will be walking to school now that there will be a concern. And there's a lot of people that use the park and children use the park. And so possibly I forgot, Kristen Macy, maybe you can partner with me and work on speed bumps. And so, speed bumps don't even work sometimes, there's just traffic. And just listening to the traffic plan, that's a little reassuring, but possibly people will come in and then go on up and go through the neighborhood instead of just go back out on 47th and down to the other street. So I'm concerned about, there were, school buses, there is traffic. I'm glad that you're addressing that, but I'm still very concerned about the risk and the harm to other children. And I'm worried something's going to happen. And there's a lot of kids in the neighborhood now. So that's my concern.
Great.
That's it.
Well, thank you, Sean. I appreciate you coming to share that.
And I have a petition, and Laura thinks I should take that to city council.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and we can maybe at the end of the hearing, maybe we can maybe we'll take a quick recess so we can talk briefly about that. But
I think I worked a long day, so I probably will sneak out.
Sure.
But
well then, yeah, I think I would encourage you, exactly as Laura said, to maybe take the petition to one of the next city council meetings. I think you could also reach out to the city engineer, Jen Garbley, who is going on vacation very soon.
I emailed her and it came back.
Okay, yeah, she might be on vacation already. I saw her on Friday at First Friday, and she was very excited about her vacation. But I think talking with Mayor Beatty or other city councilors would be a really great place to start. You might also, as you were thinking out loud, find yourself a partner in your your new school neighbor, because I imagine they care about traffic safety as much as you do.
I think so, because that's really my issue, is the speeding traffic.
Yeah, so I would go have a conversation with City Council, Mayor Beatty. I say this as a community member myself, who some of these folks know I've been advocating on transportation issues in my neighborhood. So I'll tell you from experience, that's probably one of the best places to start the conversation.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Thanks for coming out. Great. I think that's it. Wonderful. Thanks for sharing that. If the person online could introduce themselves, name, city of residence for the record.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Excellent. I think this was already answered in the last one. My name is Zach Stone. I live on 47th Avenue, right across from the queuing exit. So I've got a pretty good view of the speeding traffic. I just wanted to echo what Shauna was saying, that I think partnering with the school, going to the city council for some speed bumps would be really helpful, just because there are a lot of cars that speed down. I work from home. I can see it throughout the day. So not just the queuing concerns are less so, but when there's not the queuing, there's going to be more of an incentive for people to drive down the speed quickly. I think that's more of the risk when children could be injured. I've got a 3-year-old daughter, and would not want to see that. Now there'd be more children present, that risk heightened. So, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Zach, for sharing that. And again, would encourage you and your neighbors, maybe connect with Principal Macy. I believe you could probably find her contact information online and all of you might want to talk together about how you best approach the city on some of these transportation safety issues that you're concerned about. Any other testimony? Great. Are there any responses to any of the testimony? Actually, any questions from planning commissioners on any of the testimony that was submitted? Any responses to testimony from staff?
No, I think the discussion that you all have had about the traffic concern and also the presentation by the applicant, I think addressed everything pretty well.
Great. Does the applicant, does any member of the Planning Commission, or I just asked that, does the applicant have any rebuttal or any additional comments in response to public testimony?
Just one briefly, Chair. I can offer both to Sean and Zach online that one of the things that we will be doing is working with Safe Routes to School. Nicole Perry has worked with me on several school projects, and that includes a traffic audit. And so we would invite neighbors to come and do traffic counts with us, to look at the traffic patterns and make any recommendations to make that a safer walking zone, which will definitely help the community as well. We'll let the school get settled before we do that, but perhaps next spring would be a good time to revisit once we know traffic patterns are in place. But that is one thing we can offer. We have a good partnership in the school district with Safe Routes to School.
Great, thanks, Mrs. Etch. And I think that's a great observation, because I think actually having a school there might help you get more attention on the issues you're hoping to solve. The public testimony portion of the hearing on the request for a major modification of a community service use for a charter school at Campbell Elementary School site, file number CSU-2024-003 is now closed. Is the commission ready for discussion? Vice Chair Freeman, you want to lead us off?
Sure, Chair Sherman. Thanks for staff for the presentation and the North Clackamas representative. I think this request is fairly straightforward as far as the criteria. I know I was initially concerned about the traffic as well. I think I'm fairly satisfied from what I've heard so far about the initial plans and the commitment to keep an eye on traffic and keep the discussion at the forefront.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Fuenmayor, anything you care to discuss?
No, I think I'm fine. I think clarification before about some of the ADA access. I did want to just maybe just it's not located on the site plan where the bike parking will be located, will be reinstalled, or where it was before and removed, and then where it will be added again. That's some of the basic questions that I have.
Well, moving as we've closed the testimony portion of this, we might want to talk about that ourselves if we have any concerns. Otherwise, I imagine it might be located somewhere in the package, or maybe staff could also just help us understand that if you happen to know.
I can speak to that.
Sure.
I think I don't know where it was before exactly, but there was bike parking on the site in the past, and it was removed at some point by the district. And the way we conditioned the approval was to require a minimum number, I think 20 bike parking spaces. And part of the condition involves giving the school a chance to settle in and kind of determine for themselves kind of what locations might be most appropriate for that. Mentioning that it is a multi-building campus, and so once they figure out which of the buildings maybe are the smartest for parking there, plus it does slope down, so finding good level spots on the campus to do that. So I think that the expectation is at the end of the first year, they'll have some ideas about that.
Great. And the requirements there will be easily enforced, so it's probably just a question of, like you were saying, Brett, where exactly. Thank you. Commissioners, gentlemen in the room.
I'll keep it short, just because I have a lot to say in support for
schools and how difficult it is to design a school, and especially the traffic routes. So I'll leave it at that, I think.
Great.
And again, what we've seen, I think, is adequate.
Sufficient.
Yeah.
Great. Mr. Mulhorn?
Yeah, I appreciate how thorough staff's presentation and the school's presentation was, and I think it's pretty clear. I also appreciate community members that raised concerns, and I think actually having the school move in sounds like it could be a good opportunity for improving traffic safety in the neighborhood. So very much in support of that, and appreciate the school's willingness to engage on that issue. So I'm also very supportive.
Great. I think I'll echo many of those things, but also start with community members, neighbors nearby. Appreciate you coming with some of your concerns. Again, as someone who has also worked on and cares about some of these topics around the city, I'm optimistic, and I think you will find partners right over here and with these other families. There's probably a lot of shared value on the safety of your neighborhood. So look forward to hearing you hopefully collaborate. Look forward to kind of maybe being kept posted about the outcome of this. Some of this stuff does take time to get some of these changes queued up and all of those kinds of things. But I do know the district generally does a really good job with their partners of managing transportation issues. And I don't have any issues with this. And I will say, Principal Macy, your school sounds phenomenal, and I'm excited to vote aye on this. Is there any further discussion on the motion? No? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. The application CSU-2024-003 is approved. If anyone wishes to appeal the Planning Commission's decision to Milwaukee City Council, you must make application stating the grounds for your appeal within 15 days of the mailing of the notice of decision. Please see planning staff for details.
Chair Sherman, I don't think a motion was made.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks.
I'll make a quick motion to approve CSU 2024-003 as presented.
I'll second.
Clarify that with just the addition of the two small revisions that were noted in the staff presentation to the conditions.
Great. So it's been moved to approve with the two minor conditions included in the staff report. I think I heard it.
Yeah, I'll second.
It was seconded. Got way ahead of myself there. Sorry for getting excited about transportation safety and cool schools. All those in favor say aye.
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 Now that we have a motion, it passes unanimously. Application CSU-2024-003 is approved. If anyone wishes to appeal the Planning Commission's decision to Milwaukee City Council, you must still make an application stating the grounds for your appeal within 15 days of the mailing of the notice of decision. Please see planning staff for details. Great. Anyone is welcome to stick with us or take a moment and depart. Appreciate you coming out, being part of your community and part of the community deliberation process. We'll move on to our second item tonight, which is yes, thank you, have a great night, which is the variance request at 11932 Southeast 35th Avenue. This agenda item is a public hearing to consider application number VR-2024-003 at 11932 Southeast 35th Avenue. The purpose of this application is to request approval of a type 3 variance to the minimum side yard setback for an addition. The type 3 variance request is called to order. The applicant has the burden of proving the application is consistent with the city's zoning subdivision ordinance, the city's comprehensive plan, and any applicable municipal code provisions, and that the proposal conforms with the city's applicable criteria. I'd like to ask staff to cite the zoning ordinance section or sections where the criteria can be found.
Title 12, Streets, Sidewalks, and Public Places, Section 19.301, Moderate Density Residential Zone, Chapter 19.700, Public Improvements, Section 19.804, Nonconforming Uses and Development, Section 19.911, Variances, and Section 19.1006, Type 3 Review.
Great, thank you, Vera. All testimony and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria. Failure to address a criterion or raise an issue with sufficient detail to allow the Planning Commission an adequate opportunity to respond to each issue precludes an appeal to the City Council based on that issue. Failure to raise constitutional or other issues related to the proposed conditions of approval with sufficient detail to allow a response precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Any party withstanding may appeal the decision of the Planning Commission to the Milwaukie City Council. People withstanding are those people who submit comments or testify. If additional documents or evidence are provided by any party, the Planning Commission may, if requested, allow a continuance or leave the record open to allow the parties a reasonable opportunity to respond. Any such continuance or extension shall be subject to the limitations of the 120-day rule unless the continuance or extension is requested or agreed to by the applicant. Does any member of the Planning Commission wish to abstain from the hearing?
No.
No? Great. Does any member of the, and I'm a no as well, does any member of the Planning Commission wish to declare an actual or a potential conflict of interest?
No.
No? Hearing none. Does any member of the Planning Commission wish to report on any ex parte contacts?
No.
Hearing none. Will any commissioner who has visited the site prior to this hearing please raise their hand? Great. Commissioner Carpenter, did you speak to anyone or see anything at the site that was different from what was indicated in the staff report for the application?
No.
No. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the participation of any member of the Planning Commission? Hearing none. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to hear this matter? No. Let's start off with the staff report.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. Vera Colias, Senior Planner, here to present the staff report for this variance application. Okay. The site is located at 11932 Southeast 35th Avenue, and it is zoned moderate density residential. It is outlined here in orange. The site contains a single detached home, and the lot is approximately 7,160 square feet. The property is surrounded by single detached homes, except for the adjacent lot just to the north, which is vacant and will be developed at some point with at least a duplex, but middle housing will be constructed on that lot. The existing home meets the required minimum 5-foot yard setback to the north, but has a pre-existing non-conforming side yard setback of 0.5 feet or 6 inches to the south, where the attached garage is located, rather than the minimum 10 feet required. A fence marks the boundary between the subject property and the adjacent property directly to the south. This is a section of a plot plan to kind of identify in the red circle the area in question. So you can see the existing house, that is the attached garage, and then you can see that that side yard setback is 0.5 inches at its closest, it's 0.7 or 0.5 feet, 0.7 feet, and then 1.3 feet. So that's an existing property line, it's an existing non-conforming situation. The home was originally built in 1949 and has that existing 6-inch side yard setback where that attached garage is located. This diagram was provided by the applicant, but it's intended to identify that area where you see that 13 feet identified is the proposed extension of the attached garage. The applicant wishes to remodel a portion of the garage into a bedroom and a bathroom to increase the living space in the house, but doing that would not leave the applicant any usable garage space. So the addition or the expansion of that garage would match the home's existing front yard setback. It aligns with the front wall of the house, and it would preserve garage space for the homeowner while still meeting all the development standards, of course, except for that minimum side yard setback. A type 3 variance is required to allow for the extension of the non-conforming garage forward by that 13 feet. This is an aerial photo of the house, and that red square is sort of approximately where the extent of that addition and how that would line up. It's actually just a touch behind the front wall of the house, but it would kind of create almost like a U shape with the house, but still leaving the driveway for parking, and then again would provide that garage space in the interior of the property. Sorry, to the south. This is a site plan that includes the neighboring property at 11972 and 11974 Southeast 35th Avenue. The structure closest to the subject property is a detached garage. It's identified here as building to be removed. That lot contains a detached garage, and it was created in 2007 via a partition. A new home has not been built on that new parcel, so that is still a detached garage. But just to kind of show kind of some context about that structure that's next door to the subject property. This is an aerial or a street view kind of photograph showing the subject property there and the red circle is sort of identifying that single car garage that is proposed to be extended forward by that 13 feet, and then shows the detached garage just to the south or just next door to the subject property. This is a little bit closer up, but the red line is intended to indicate the extent of that addition kind of coming forward. So it is an expansion just of that single car garage moving forward, basically kind of where that new concrete line is that you can see, but that's the extent of that 13-foot addition. You can see that there is a 3-foot fence along that side property line, and some landscaping, of course, that's on the neighboring property there. So this is a type 3 variance. This is discretionary relief criteria, the approval criteria that's established in the code. The applicant is supposed to provide sort of an analysis of the impacts and benefits of the variance proposal. And the commission is supposed to kind of review the application and deem is the variance reasonable and appropriate? Does it avoid or minimize impacts to surrounding properties? Does it respond to the existing built or natural environment in a creative manner? So the analysis that staff provided within the staff report and in the findings, the key question is the request for this side yard setback variance reasonable and approvable? As noted earlier, the existing home has a non-conforming side yard setback. The side yard is for an attached garage that is adjacent to the neighbor's driveway at 11972 Southeast 35th Ave. There is a 3-foot fence that identifies that shared property line, and there's existing landscaping on the neighbor's property along that shared property line along the fence. The garage on that southern or that adjacent property is built with a front yard setback of approximately 40 feet. So it is set back quite far. It's much larger than the minimum 20-foot setback for the front yard setback. The proposed addition maintains the existing front yard setback of 24.7 feet. So it actually exceeds the front yard setback, the minimum required, and it would align the garage with the front wall of the house. The addition would occupy a portion of the existing driveway. No landscaping is being lost on the subject property as a result of the addition. And given the existing design and construction of the house, it would be effectively impossible to construct that addition and still meet that 10-foot setback. You just couldn't do it. The proposed addition is modest in size, maintains the existing front yard setback, and would be adjacent to the neighbor's driveway. It's not adjacent to their house or usable yard space. Staff has not identified any direct impacts from the proposed 1-story, 13-foot addition. A visual impact was noted by the neighbor, and staff has included in the staff report in the condition the possibility of recommending a fence, a visual fence to mitigate the visual impact of the addition. Comments, I will note, staff, and we did include this in the staff report, that comments from the neighbor and the Lake Road NDA opposed the variance, but they also included comments stating that there's no way to construct that addition without entering the neighbor's property. We did confirm with the building official that they can construct that addition without needing to enter that neighbor's property. They would be able to construct that addition. It would likely not be able to have eaves because of the building code, but they could build
build that without entering the adjacent property. I just wanted to make that clear. That was when that comment came in, I went straight to the building official and confirmed. And there are a couple of different ways that can be done. Okay. Comments were received and were all included in the packet. They were all of the comments that were submitted were in opposition to the application from the NDA, officially from the NDA and then from a member of the NDA, Barbara Allen, who does live on that adjacent property, Matthew Baxter, Mary Cadone, and Marguerite Kosovich all submitted comments in opposition to the application. Staff's recommendation is to approve the application with conditions, and we do ask that the Planning Commission consider, the fence as a condition, as a way of mitigating the visual impact that was noted by the neighbor. The Planning Commission has some decision-making options. You can approve the application with the recommended findings and conditions of approval. You could approve the applications with modifications to either of those documents. You could deny the application with findings that it does not meet the approval criteria, and we'll need to include those in the record tonight, of course, or you could continue the hearing. The 120-day application deadline, or the decision deadline, is August 28th of this year. Happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is here. We can also answer any questions for you.
Great. Are there any clarifying questions from Planning Commission for staff?
One question, was there any discussion on the maintenance or the feasibility of maintenance of landscape between the half a foot from the proposed garage space and to the neighbor's property?
There was not.
Okay.
It did not come up, no, as far as what that was happening, no.
Any other clarifying questions for staff? Would the applicant or their representative like to comment? Okay. Have we received, and maybe just to clarify, by not right now, that means you won't have an opportunity to comment?
I'm sorry, as the applicant?
Yeah, it sounds like the applicant.
This is your time to speak, and you will also be able to be called back to respond to any testimony that you might find that's opposed to your application. So if you don't have anything to say now.
Everything was really
Okay, great. Okay. Thanks. I just wanted to make sure on that, Justin. Have we received any correspondence on this matter other than those things included in the meeting packet?
We have not. All comments received were included in the packet.
Great. We'll now move to public testimony. I'd like to recognize a person submitting public testimony on the application. If you're here to testify, please remember to confine your remarks to the application and the relevant criteria, and to try and avoid repetition and information that may be less relevant. If you could please state your name and city of residence for the record so they could be entered into the meeting minutes. If you haven't filled one out, you can fill out one of the yellow public speaker registration cards and share that with Vera. I only have one testimony card, and that is from Ms. Teresa Brisa in opposition. But I'd like to start with anyone who might be interested in testifying in support of the application, if there is anyone, and I'll pause. Okay, hearing none. Ms. Brisa, would you like to come up and introduce yourself? I'm going to push the little microphone button at the bottom. There you go.
Okay, Teresa Brisa. Okay, Milwaukie, of course. So, yeah, member of the Lake Road land use member as well. And Barbara came to our meeting and discussed it with us. So she said she would like help because she didn't know what to do. So I went to her property and looked at it. She's got gorgeous property. And so looking from the street, I can understand where the planning staff would say, oh, no biggie. It's a garage, two garages side by side. However, when you walk on Barbara Allen's property. You get a whole different perspective. So I do have pictures I want you to review. Can I?
I think if we're reviewing these, we should probably have these entered into the record.
Okay.
So we're not going to be returning them to you. I apologize,
Oh,
but
ever? Oh, okay.
you could probably go
That's
back to
okay.
Barbara Allen's and take your own photos
That's fine.
for keepsakes if you'd like.
Okay, so I know Barbara was going to try to be here via Zoom because she's in California. And she looked and looked for years to find this piece of property. And she had her huge lot over half of an acre, and they divided it up. That lot directly south of the applicant was going to be a house for her mother-in-law. But the mother-in-law ended up moving in with them, and she ended up dying, so they didn't do that. In any case, if you can show those pictures around. She is a gardener. Her passion is gardening. She's from England originally, and this is her passion. She's very visual. The stone building that's there that you're hopefully looking at is a greenhouse that her husband built. The glass part is on the south end. So they got walkways, pathways, flowers, very tall trees in the front. And looking from the street, you don't really see this. You think, oh, two garages side by side. Well, that detached garage next to the applicant's property will eventually be gone, and there'll be a house there. And that lowers the value of her property, because who wants to be 6 inches from their property line looking at a wall? And the pictures also will show the wall, which is very, very unattractive. And Milwaukie doesn't have standards for firewalls other than safety. So if they did, maybe it would be more attractive, but it's very, very unattractive. And for Barbara to have to, and I never knew who before she came to our meeting, but for her to have a 27-foot very unattractive garage wall that does need maintenance, by the way, because there is a crack in that garage wall. And they've never been over to look at. No one looks at it. It's just something they don't see. So that's going to be a lot someday for someone to build on. And so that's not right to go from a 27-foot very unattractive wall to a 40-foot wall with 6 inches, which is nothing. You cannot do maintenance on that. And I would question whether or not they really could build it from inside the property. I would definitely wonder about that. I don't think the money should be the main motivating factor, because it's obviously cheaper to make the garage into a bedroom and a bathroom, but the lot is big enough where they could have done it in other places, other locations. They had the lot to the north before it became a lot. They could have done a bedroom, bathroom there if they'd wanted to, or they could have gone up. They could have gone into the backyard. It does not have to be next to Barbara Allen's property. It's very unfair to her, and it is a visual impact. It's a very unsightly wall.
Thanks, Ms.
It's very
Friso.
unsightly. Let's see, anything else? Yeah, so money should not be the deciding factor. I know Milwaukie wants permitting fees, which is normal. That's a normal thing that you'd want to keep your, the business coming in, but it's not fair to the neighbor. There's there's no good aspect for her. And she can't see it from her living room window, which is a side window, but she can still see it.
Okay. So. Your time has expired.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate you.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't hear it. But
you did that 3-minute thing?
I did, yes.
That's too bad.
Appreciate you coming out.
I should have written more letters. Probably.
Well, we have received your materials and other people's materials, and I know all of us read them. I don't know if there's anything else you wish to kind of say in closing.
Well, there is an implied easement when you have 6 inches for a setback. Setbacks are very important, and I hope that the Planning Commission decides to not further make it worse than what it already is. I hope they do. But
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do planning commissioners have any questions for the speakers? No? Does anyone wish to offer neutral testimony on the application?
Chairman, we do have someone, Barbara is online and would like to speak as well. Okay. Barbara, I'm going to give you permission to speak. You just need to unmute and go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Barbara Allen, and I'm the owner of the property at both 11974 and 11972 Southeast 35th Avenue. I think Teresa already explained how the property came to be divided. And so, I just wanted to point out that some of the pictures, some of the documents that were shown, it said that the building was to be removed. It would be removed, yes, when the property is built on. I've come here tonight, I have read the application, and I understand that the criteria have been met by the applicant. However, the 27-foot wall along the property line is not attractive, and building an extra 13 feet onto the wall is quite objectionable to me. The applicant wants more space for a garage. And as I already pointed out in my letter, there have been a lot of changes to code. The 10-foot and the 5-foot setback on a 7,000 square foot property have not been changed. However, the importance of a garage on a property has become less significant with new building codes. And I feel that despite the fact that the wall is there, the Milwaukie Planning Commission might be a little more far-sighted in allowing the extension of a wall. The property was built in 1947. Setbacks were not part of building codes. People did not have the vision for space between properties. I would really hope that today the Milwaukie Planning Department would see the value of having that space. The applicant has space behind her house where she could extend if she felt she wanted to, without encroaching further into a setback. So I would ask the Planning Commission to consider that. The other thing is that the lot at 11972 is an independent lot of 11974. So yes, it's very true that I use that garage at 11972. I also have a garage on my property at 11974. The lot at 11972 is 41 feet wide at the sidewalk, moves back gradually. I think where the proposed wall is, the property is less than 60 feet wide. So for someone to build on that property, that wall will have a significant impact. And so I'm speaking tonight about the value of my property. And whilst there are no plans to build on that property right now, I'm sure if I were to vacate that somebody would be looking to build on it. Extending the wall will do nothing for either the aesthetic or the monetary value of my property. And so I feel that I would like the Planning Commission to consider if that 13-foot wall is really necessary to build a garage, when the family could build an extension on the rear of their house.
Well,
That's all I have to say. That's my 3 minutes. And thank you for your time. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. I appreciate you attending remotely from California tonight. Are there any questions from planning commissioners for people who have testified? I know there's been a little bit of staff movement in the room. I believe our trustful city attorney has helped scan some of these photos, which I think might be showing up in Vice Chair Freeman and Commissioner Fuenmayor's inboxes, so you can review them as well. Does the applicant have any rebuttal or any additional comments in response to any of the public testimony? If so, yeah, come on up, name and city of residence, and push the little speak button on the microphone.
My name is Christina. I'm the owner of 11932 Southeast 35th Avenue in Milwaukie. So in response to some of the comments, I noticed that the comments that people are saying, they're mostly about the unsightliness of the current wall that is already there. And in response to that, I'd like to say that there's nothing we can probably do about that already being there and already being unsightly, but the addition that we would build, we can have that 13 feet to have a better look to it. And we will definitely try to minimize the, I guess, the looks of how it would look. And we can do that by working with contractors and discussing how that would look. And also with the fence, if that would help, as that was already suggested. So it seems like that was the main concern for most people that have ever commented on this. I don't see how else it would affect any other neighbors at all in any way, except Barbara, of course. And even so, the garage that is in question that's adjacent to this, to our garage, it's already behind the wall quite a bit. So I'm not really sure how we could change the current, view, but we can minimize the, the future look of the garage.
Thank you. I think that's it then. I will move and close the public testimony portion of the hearing on the request for a variance at 11932 Southeast 35th Avenue. Am I, what? Oh, Barbara, it sounds like your hand might be up. Unfortunately, kind of in our structured process, we're not moving in a back and forth kind of commentary between applicant and testimony folks. And as just a matter of process, the applicant does kind of get the final moment and the final say in this process before we close public testimony and move into deliberation. So want to just kind of clarify that. And with that, I will close the public testimony portion of the hearing on a request of a variance at 11932 Southeast 35th Avenue. This is file number ZR2024-003 is now closed. Is the Planning Commission ready for discussion? See some head shaking. As is often the case, Vice Chair, I'd offer you the opportunity to lead off.
Thank you, Chair Sherman. I just want to start with by first saying I have received the photos that came in during the hearing, and I have reviewed them. Thank you for the applicant and the testimony. I would ask, is it possible for staff to put up the last slide of the presentation just so we can take a look at the criteria?
Doing so now.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always kind of hard when neighbors are having a hard time with opposing posing ideas and stuff, but we have to stick to the criteria. I think the neighbor, she mentioned that, she even thought that the applicant met some of the criteria for getting the variance approved. And in reviewing the information provided, I would agree with that.
Thanks, Vice Chair Freeman. And I think Vera was going to the discretionary relief criteria, which are now kind of up on the screen. So you think that it was reasonable and appropriate and kind of avoids or minimizes impacts and meets those criteria. Commissioner Fuenmayor, any thoughts or perspective from you?
Yeah, I am unsure that avoids or minimizes the impact. And this is just maybe after hearing the neighbors and seeing of the pictures. I am a little concerned about really the way how you're gonna build within 6 inches the finishes of that exterior wall. Whatever it is that it will be done, someone standing there building will take at least a foot just standing there and finish a wall. So just the constructability seems a little bit difficult for my knowledge in construction. So I will say that I am concerned that that is going to be an impact in general. And I know there will be ways that maybe that they can be discussing how that wall can be improved for view with the neighbors. Or maybe instead of being 6 inches and that 8, it might be reduces or extends to a bit more, maybe a foot from the edge. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how it could be also, what could be the impact in that case that to avoid that with that variance. I understand the reasoning and it meets most of the criteria, but I feel like that one is still a bit not clear for me if it meets or not. Maybe I need more explanation from the city, from the staff.
Thanks. And, we might be able to talk about it as a planning commission. And Vera, I don't know if you can pull back to maybe just the people as opposed. Well, actually, no, I think an important thing just in terms of process for ourselves, for both yourself, Commissioner Fuenmayor, and maybe even Commissioner Mulhorn, it's been a moment since we've had a type 3 variance in front of us. And I think important thing on B for us to recognize is, it's kind of a 2-part and 3-part test all at once, both reasonable and appropriate, and meets one or more of the following criteria. And so you'll notice there's kind of 3 sub-criteria. And really, I think we need to make sure that we are meeting at least one. Of course, any application is a home run when you hit all 3 of those, but the requirement in code isn't necessarily that. So I just wanted to kind of underscore that for ourselves as we're kind of moving through this. And I don't say that to shape or influence kind of your decision making, but just from a decision making perspective, wanted to share that. And now maybe we can kind of go back so we can kind of see everyone. Commissioner Carpenter, you're getting like a green light there. We're muting you. We don't like your ideas.
Got it. Thanks. This came up during the presentation. I think there was a slide that showed the lot to the south a little more clear than what was in the packet. I don't know if we can pull that up. My question is around impacts to future development, whether or not the extension reduces any feasible front or side yard development, which may not be answered now. Doing a quick Google Earth measurement, right now the existing building proposed to be removed, the building to the south, is about 12 feet. I could be wrong, but again, just a quick measurement. When it narrows down, I'm just curious what the building envelope for any future development is that going to be impacted by the extended garage?
Well, and maybe I'm very curious to kind of hear staff's perspective, but I mean, I think that for the property at the south, the existing 10-foot setback continues to apply horizontally across the screen, unless, of course, the applicant there were to come and ask for some, discretionary relief. Is that correct, Vera?
We'll have to unread.
Only 2 microphones. That's it, okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. To answer your question, so in the RMD zone, if the lot is over 7,000 square feet, so there's a 5-foot side yard setback and a 10-foot side yard setback. And the new development on this parcel could sort of choose sort of which setback they want to apply on which side, as long as it complied with the development. So it could be the 10-foot side, it could also be the 5-foot side, but that would be up to the new development with that 20-foot front yard setback as well, would be the minimum, of course.
But it doesn't seem like changing the building envelope on the property on the north, that doesn't have any functional change to setbacks.
Correct.
Property on the south.
It doesn't affect the southern property because it's on its own property.
Exactly.
So yes.
Yeah, it has its own setbacks it would need to comply with.
Great. Yeah. Again, I didn't want to have a design process on the fly, but that makes sense to me. I think that worked. I just saw that slide and was a little, let's take a look real quick. So thanks.
Great. Commissioner Mulhorn, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, and this is difficult. I think just disagreements like this can sometimes be challenging. And I think, as Vice Chair Freeman said, I do think most of the criteria are met, and then it kind of comes down to the criteria that are a bit more subjective, frankly, from what we saw on the slide. And obviously there's precedent in ways that we can see that those are met, but I think ultimately they are a little bit subjective. And so where my mind kind of goes is where are there opportunities to compromise, to identify how some of those benefits can be, or how some of those issues can be mitigated. And I think that building a fence that's not currently there, that would have the benefit of blocking the existing unsightly firewall and also blocking the expanded potential wall, seems like a fairly decent compromise to me. And I know that was the condition proposed by staff. And so I think that seems like a reasonable outcome to me. And I'm inclined, obviously it's difficult and I feel like I'm very much in the middle, but I would say based on that, I'm kind of inclined to approve and to say that it's a reasonable extension. But certainly open to hearing from other commissioners if there's something I'm missing there, or if there's disagreement on that.
Yeah, I appreciate you kind of asking the question specifically about the fence. That was a thing I was curious to hear from other commissioners on in terms of straw poll. I know we've had various perspectives on whether good fences make good neighbors before, but Vice Chair Freeman, Commissioner Carpenter, any thoughts on the topic of the fence?
Chair, I would just, generally I would just say I've never really been a proponent of mandating fences to kind of solve these type of issues. But I am willing to hear further comment and have discussion on it.
Go ahead.
If I could, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to clarify to what Commissioner Mulhern was saying, because what is being added is this addition, right? And so when we're talking about, I think I just wanted to clarify the condition, because constructing or installing a fence along the existing part of the garage is unlikely to be possible without having to enter Ms. Allen's property. The intent was really more about, because I think what the direction that we were getting from the visual impact was from the addition, the new part. So the fencing that we were recommending was more about the visual impact of the addition itself. The existing garage wall, I don't think it's going to be possible for the applicant to install a fence without permission from the applicant or from the neighbor. So I don't know that we can require that part of it.
No, that makes total sense. But then I guess also for my clarity, the visual impact of the existing wall is also not necessarily relevant to the decision that we're making about the extension either, right? Yeah, okay, thank you.
It might be worth if, because in reading the recommended conditions of approval, I think it taught B1B, final plan submitted for development permit review must include a 6-foot site obscuring fence along the affected side property line. We might want to clarify that we're talking about the new addition component, because I actually read it maybe like Commissioner Mulhorn did, where I was thinking the entire section, which I also thought was a nice compromise. I think we should, if assuming we move forward with these recommended conditions of approval, we should probably read that friendly amendment into the record. But let's continue on kind of on the topic of the new development side of the fence.
One discussion item we haven't really addressed is building materials. I think would go a long way in mitigating visual impacts, or a window in that garage as well, as opposed to continuing a cinder block, whether or not that's something that we can condition, but that's another option aside from a fence. That another practical issue with the fence that I could see is, again, how are you going to retrieve anything that might fall in between the building and the fence?
Well, and I think it's my understanding that we don't have building material requirements for this use. So, I think, maybe somewhat unfortunately, there's not a toolbox to reach into there. Commissioner Fuenmayor, any thoughts on this discussion?
I'm still concerned about even if you put the fence in the line that takes about a couple inches into each side of the property, and then you say you have 0.5 feet, which is 6 inches, that leave you with only a few inches for maintenance and building, and how, I don't understand yet how that's going to work with your setbacks and the continuum of the line. So I don't follow what the logic is with keeping that line and being actually realistic about constructability and maintenance onto that wall.
And
again, I don't know if that is in my reviews, but I feel like if it's in ours, I do like again, I don't know.
So, and it might be worth maybe going to one of the slides. There's the slide with the site, kind of the overhead site plan with the green finished space and the purple proposed addition. I think Commissioner Fuenmayor, if I'm understanding you correctly, I feel like I'm hearing you, and I'll put this in slightly different words, saying, was an alternative considered where the push forward, the 13 feet, would have had a 1 foot setback or a foot and a half setback or something like that. That is what I feel like I'm hearing you say. Is that correct?
Yeah, I feel like it will be a compromising to mitigate that separation and allow maintenance and any problems that we'll have also in the future with the property, between the fence that's we're asking them to put in between this new building and the property, or this new addition in the property, and how do you actually make it look like and make it maintain it during the time that will be built or that will be existing. So.
Great, thanks.
And I think, allowing some more space in there. It's just 6 inches, but it will allow you to have some breathing space and allow even vegetation, maybe, who knows?
Okay. I think it's worth us all noting that is not the application we have in front of us. I think if we wanted to continue down that conversation, there's probably a few different avenues we could potentially explore, but maybe just kind of open the floor on on the topic that Commissioner Fuenmayor has raised of, were there maybe other reasonable and appropriate approaches that could have been addressed, but again, aren't the proposal in front of us at the moment. Vice Chair Freeman, what are your thoughts on this topic?
Honestly, I don't necessarily want to get into options that were not presented to us. I would prefer to say, I think we have enough to deal with the options that are before us. And I think that's where we should keep our focus.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think I've heard your direct comments, Chair Sherman. I think that would be helpful on your view of the situation.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate you inviting me to share some thoughts there. I'm a fan of the fence. And because I do think the fence helps mitigate some of the issues that I believe were raised in the proposal by the adjacent property owner in terms of visual impacts. I guess I'm slightly saddened to hear that the fence maybe couldn't extend for the entire property line, or at least around the garage, since it seems like garage maintenance issues are maybe one of the key drivers on this. And, I think that I could be ready to move forward with the recommended conditions of approval probably as they stand, but I'm also still interested in further discussion on the commission. It does sound like Commissioner Fuenmayor, you might have a differing perspective, which I understand and respect, but would be curious kind of where other commissioners are on that.
Chair, I would also be inclined to approve as presented. That's my current position.
I think Commissioner Carpenter was going to speak, but I was, also going to say we have other options to, continue the hearing, maybe gather a little bit more information if we necessarily need to, but I don't know what is necessarily going to change here. So, Commissioner Carpenter, your thoughts?
My initial thoughts were support of the presentation as presented. But I'm in that same camp of how are we meeting? It would be nice to get closer to that visual impact or the impacts of surrounding neighbors, but I do think we are hitting the other points of the variance. So I think my support is still I'm leaning in the support camp.
Yeah, I am as well. I think primarily for the reasons I stated earlier.
Great. Well, do we have maybe, at least doing a little bit of a straw poll, do we have any other further discussion on this? Commissioner Fuenmayor, welcome to hear kind of any maybe closing thoughts from you on this topic.
I just, I think I'm still not sure that, I understand that you have to follow one of the three categories that are there, but it meets the criteria,
Great. Well, thanks. I appreciate you raising kind of your questions about the setback there. If we don't have any further discussion, maybe we can see if there's a motion. Can I get a motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 6.2, file VR 2024-003 for the property located at 11932 Southeast 35th Avenue as presented by staff.
It's been moved.
I'll second.
Been seconded. Any further discussion on the item? Here, yes.
with the small tweak to the condition that the fence would be installed along the addition, not along the entire property line. Just make that clear.
Vice Chair Freeman, you want to retry that motion? I had a mulligan earlier, so now it's your turn.
Okay, let's see if I can get that all in. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 6.2 VR-2024-003 at the property located at 11932 Southeast 35th Avenue as submitted by staff with the revision that there's clarity in that the new fence would be just for cover the lot for the new addition.
That was a hole-in-one. Great job. It's been moved.
I will second for a second time.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Mulhorn for a second time. I can't wait to read the meeting minutes on this meeting. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions?
Abstention? Yep.
Commissioner Foynmayer abstains. The motion carries 4-0 to 1. The motion is approved. So I'm approving application. That is the wrong thing in here. File number VR-2024-003. If anyone wishes to appeal the Planning Commission's decision to Milwaukie City Council, you must make an application stating the grounds for your appeal within 15 days of the mailing of the notice of decision. Please see planning staff for details. Great. Welcome anyone to stick around for our next order of business. I would actually like to take a quick 5-minute recess if we could. It's 8:30, coming on 8:31. Let's come back at 8:36. We'll see you then. Thanks. Great. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. This is still the Milwaukie Planning Commission on Tuesday, June 11th. We're moving on to item 6.3, which is a type 3 application for downtown design review and a variance, files number DR-2024-001 and VR-2024-002. The type 3 application for a downtown design review and a variance for the proposed 1847 food park at 1915 through 1925 Southeast Scott Street is called to order. The applicant has the burden of proving that the application is consistent with the city's zoning subdivision ordinance, the comprehensive plan, and any applicable municipal code provision, and that the proposal conforms with the city's applicable criteria. I'd like to ask staff to cite the zoning ordinance section or sections where the criteria can be found.
Milwaukie Municipal Code Title 12, Streets, Sidewalks, and Public Places. Section 19.304, Downtown Mixed Use Zone. Section 19.508, Downtown Site and Building Design Standards and Guidelines. Chapter 19.600, Off-Street Parking and Loading. Chapter 19.700, Public Improvements. Section 19.907, Downtown Design Review. Section 19.911, Variances, and Section 19.1006, Type 3 Review.
Great. All testimony and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria. Failure to address a criterion or raise an issue with sufficient detail to allow the Planning Commission an adequate opportunity to respond to each issue precludes appeals to the City Council based on that issue. Failure to raise constitutional or other issues related to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient detail to allow a response from the Planning Commission precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Any party with standing may appeal the decision of the Planning Commission to the Milwaukie City Council. Persons with standing are those people who submit comments or testify. If additional documents or evidence are provided by any party, the commission may, if requested, allow a continuance or leave the record open to allow the parties a reasonable opportunity to respond. Any such continuance or extension shall be subject to the limitations of the 120-day rule unless the continuance or extension is requested or agreed by the applicant. Does any member of the Planning Commission wish to abstain from this hearing?
No.
None? Does any member of the commission wish to declare an actual or a potential conflict of interest? No. Does any member of the Planning Commission wish to report on any ex parte contacts? No.
No.
Hearing none, seeing none, will any commissioner who has visited the site prior to this hearing please raise their hand, including if you walked by it or drove by it, to show up in this building tonight? Great. Did any planning commissioners who visited the site speak to anyone at the site or note anything different from what's indicated in the staff report for the application? Nope. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the participation of any members of the Planning Commission? No. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to hear this matter? Nope. Great. Let's proceed to the staff report. Vera?
Apologies, you have to listen to me talk again.
You do a great job. So.
All right. For the record, Vera Coley is senior planner to present the staff report for the 1847 food park application. The site is located right next door, 1915 to 1925 Southeast Scott Street. It's outlined here in orange. It is zoned downtown mixed use, or DMU, and is the former site of the Peak Funeral Chapel and parking lot. Site is currently vacant and has frontages on McLaughlin Boulevard, Scott Street, and Main Street. Okay, so this is the site plan of the proposal. The applicant is seeking land use approval to develop the site as a food park or a food cart pod. The development would include 2 permanent structures, a timber canopy structure overlooking or over a sunken seating area, and a new 2-story tap room building that would include a bar, indoor and roof deck seating areas, permanent restrooms to serve the development. The existing parking lot to the west of the food park site would be improved and will remain to serve the site. So we've got some bird's eye view or perspective illustrations to show the application so you can see that covered seating area. So this is a picture kind of floating above Main Street, looking towards McLaughlin Boulevard of the site. You can see the tap room building right next to City Hall, food carts, and then again, that covered seating area. And this is a view sort of in the food car pod looking towards City Hall. You can see that taproom building and then that sunken seating area with that timber open canopy structure over it. Okay. So reviewing development in the DMU zone is affected by a couple different sections of the code, but three main ones. There are the downtown development standards in 19.304, and that's where we establish things like building height, setbacks, minimum lot size, that sort of thing. There are the downtown design standards, and those will go into some more detail, but those outline, I think it's 13 different design details, things like frontage occupancy or how much building needs to be at the street, corners, weather protection, windows and doors, those kinds of design standards. And then the downtown design review, section 19.907, establishes what review type goes with your proposal. And that is dependent upon how your proposal responds to the design standards in 19.508. There are two tracks for downtown design review as laid out in the code. There's sort of compliance with the clear and objective standards in 19.508, or if you meet the design guidelines, that's the discretionary review. And that's a type 3 review. And that's where the bulk of this review for tonight is going to be. There are a couple of the design details that are met in the application, but the discretionary ones or the guidelines are the ones that we're going to focus on the most this evening. There are two required applications for this proposal. First is the type 3 downtown design review because the application does not meet all of the design standards in 19.508, and we'll go over that. There's also a type 3 variance. The proposal doesn't meet the minimum FAR or the floor to area ratio that's established in 19.304 as a development standard. The project does meet all of the other development standards. There was a little bit of confusion earlier today about one of the other development standards that talks about minimum building height in the downtown is 25 feet. That is established in the table in 19.304. There's some narrative discussion in a subsequent section of 304 that talks about minimum building height being 25 feet. And then it talks about buildings that are built to the street have to maintain a 25-foot height for a certain depth along the frontage of the site. That section is really specific to and is intended to make sure that buildings that are built to the street have a minimum height of 25 feet. The code really doesn't want to see one-story buildings up close to the street. And so there was some work on staff's end to kind of make sure that we were applying the right standards and to the application. And that standard would not apply to this application because they're not proposing a building at the street. So they do meet the minimum building height because that taproom building is almost 31 feet high. So it's definitely well above that 25 feet, but they're not proposing a building at the street. That is going to get covered in 19.508, which is a design standard that we talk about as minimum frontage occupancy, and that's established on Main Street, but we'll get to that. I just kind of wanted to, and thank the Planning Commission and the applicant team for being flexible with the way we sort of worked that at the last minute, so I appreciate that. Okay. So I'm going to go through sort of the key questions for this application. The first is and this is sort of the big, one of the bigger pieces of this application, is the proposal consistent with the purpose and intent of the downtown design guidelines? And again, this is in 19.508. And the design elements, all of those different things that we're going to talk about, all of those elements are intended to encourage building and site design that enlivens the public realm and streetscape through significant building presences along site frontages and, importantly, active ground floor uses. So the downtown code and the design guidelines and standards really want to activate the street in the downtown. We recognize that this application is not exactly what the downtown code is sort of geared towards. The downtown code, both in its development standards and in the design standards, really is focused on buildings, and buildings that take up all or most of a site. It's important to remember that the nature of this development does activate the ground floor and establishes a relationship with the street. It's a food cart pod, right? So we've got some structures on the site, but we have food carts, we have people in and out of the site. It's a very active site, but it's not doing that through a building. And that's something and that's why those design guidelines are in place, that we can work through the proposal through the design guidelines and see, does it meet those guidelines rather than the specific mathematical standards that would normally apply to a building on the property. We would note that many buildings would not achieve the same level of activity at the ground floor as this proposal would. I mean, we have buildings in the downtown that wouldn't have people in and out or have that same relationship with the street. So this is not a typical project in the downtown, and we acknowledge that. But we believe, and that's shown in the staff recommendation and the staff report and the findings, that the proposal meets the intent and purpose of development in the downtown. And your job, of course, as the Planning Commission, is to evaluate that proposal against the approval guidelines and the standards of the design elements. So that's what we're going to focus on tonight. So these are the design elements in 19.508. The bold items are the ones where the applicant is responding to the design guidelines as opposed to the standards themselves. And there's a detailed analysis in the findings. I'm not recreating the findings, and this will be here well past the timeline for this hearing if we do that.
It's been a while since we've had a late one in 2024.
So, I mean, we can start now if you want, but the findings have numerous, it has a full chart of all of these different elements and talks about those in great detail. And I'm happy to do that as we go along. But some of these kind of key ideas within the design elements, there is that open air canopy that's located at the key corner of Scott and Main Street. So it's establishing and anchoring that corner. It's establishing the entrance to the food cart pod. It's providing a cover for the sunken seating area, and it's transparent to the street. So as you're walking down the street, either Scott or Main Street, you can see what's happening in the site. The DMU zone allows a wide range of uses, and so of course restaurants, food carts, and all of these things are allowed, with the idea that all of these uses would bring visitors to the downtown. The desired character for this zone, for the downtown, is pedestrian friendly, vibrant urban center, prominent Main Street and connections to the riverfront, and that would include buildings that are built straight right up to the street, oriented toward the pedestrian with primary entrances. So the proposal doesn't emphasize large buildings, but it is proposed with permanent structures in key locations to anchor that site and to create that relationship with the street, as opposed to just a flat site, with no vertical elements to it at all. It's providing shelter, seating, activity areas, as well as an open plaza-like space with the vendors and with the food carts. And its site is open and visible to pedestrians and creates that obvious connection to the street. The multi-story tap room, again, anchors the back of that development. It establishes a plaza for vendors and seating areas on that back wall, and it is appropriately scaled for the surrounding buildings in the area. There are no blank walls as part of this development. The site's going to be open and visible to pedestrians, and activity is promoted. That's the whole point of a food cart pod, is to have people coming in and out of the site. So that's sort of kind of a very, a one slide sort of overview of kind of how all of these design elements and the guidelines that we're talking about are met by the proposal. We can circle back to some of the key ones, but, and again, those are all detailed in the findings, and we can go through this in more detail if you'd like. There's also a variance to FAR, so floor area ratio. Floor area ratio is a ratio literally of building to the site. The minimum FAR in the DMU is 1:1. So the FAR and the maximum is 6:1. So the FAR is established in the DMU to want buildings on a property. The proposed FAR is 0.2:1 because of the size of the site. And it's over 20,000 square feet total. And the tap room building is the only building that actually has floor area that you use for the floor area calculation. That covered seating area is not considered floor area because it's just a canopy. So that's where we end up with, a 4,000 square foot building on a 20,000 square foot lot. We're at a 0.2 FAR. The intent of FAR is to promote a level of development intensity on a site. So it's intended to create intensive use of a property. The intensity of use on this site is not happening because of a building. It's happening because of the use itself. So we've been using this saying the last couple of days as we've been preparing for the hearing, we've got a square peg and we've got a round hole, right? We've got this food cart pod and we have this downtown code that wants buildings. And we're trying to figure out, have they done enough with the application to make it fit with the guidelines as they're set up as to what the downtown wants to have for development? The food cart pod site activity is not dependent on a building. I mean, it's active because of the other things that are happening on the site. There's a tap room building, but there are going to be 10 to 15 carts. There's this sunken seating area. There's all this other stuff happening that's not located in a building on the site. There aren't any impacts that we've identified related to decreasing the FAR because of the nature of the development itself. It's understood that floor area is defined as area with exterior walls. So again, that canopy area does not contribute to that. But the food park is going to be experienced more like a plaza. So it's intended to be active. That's kind of the whole point of the development. So there are exemptions in the code for public plazas and open spaces, but because this isn't a public plaza, it's a private development, that's not what this is. But it acts like that. So it can't claim that exemption, but it still functions in that way as this big open area with vendors and seating areas and the like. We've received comments on the application from Oregon Department of Transportation, ODOT. Those were incorporated into the findings and the conditions that the engineering department worked on with us. Hamid Bennett submitted comments about bike parking and also hoping for a variety of carts and types of carts. And Paul Kittipat, who owns the Rice Thai Cookery, submitted comments that were sent out to you. Those were received yesterday. Opposes the food cart pod primarily from a sort of a commercial competition standpoint of that it's difficult for restaurants in the area right now. Okay. The staff's recommendation is approval of the application. We believe it does meet the design intent and purpose of the downtown zone and the guidelines that were established in 19.508. And we have not identified any impacts for a reduction in the minimum FAR given the nature of the development itself. You have the same decision-making options you had the last time. You could approve the application subject to the recommended findings and conditions of approval. You could approve the application with modifications to those findings and conditions. You could deny the application with findings that it doesn't meet the approval criteria, or we could continue the hearing. The 120-day clock runs out on this application on August 27th. This year. The applicant and their team are here, and they do have a presentation and are able to answer any questions, but I'm happy to answer any questions based on the staff report that you might have.
Thanks so much, Vera. I've got a clarifying question maybe to open with before I turn over to other planning commissioners, if any. What are the approval criteria for the FAR variance?
So it's a type 3 variance, so it's actually the same approval criteria, and I'm sorry I didn't create a slide for that. I can bring it up from the other application, but there's reasonable and appropriate, minimize impacts, public benefits, and yeah, they're the same. It's the same set of criteria from the last one.
Code.
Correct.
Great.
And apologies that I didn't have that. Have a slide for
and
that.
we can come back to that in the other presentation if we need to. I just am not seeing it there. Wanted to make sure we didn't get to just
make up new criteria.
Make up new criteria, exactly. Fantastic. Any other clarifying questions from planning commissioners?
I have one, Chair Sherman, just kind of briefly. Can we go back to the analysis, like 1 or 2 slides? Yeah, right there. The new no blank walls. Does that apply to like the tap room, or how does that apply for our current application?
It's a good question, thank you. So within the design guidelines, it talks about not wanting blank walls facing the street or at the street. So, and so this application does not have blank walls at the street. It's an open site. And so it's, again, it's a design standard and a design guideline intended to make sure that the site is transparent and that it's visible to pedestrians. And so in adding that to the slide, it's that there aren't any blank walls as part of this application. That's not what they're doing. They are creating an open and transparent site. So there's direct visual connection as well as physical connection between the street and the activities happening on the site itself. I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
It does, thanks.
And that might get covered maybe by the applicants as well, but I think in some of the visual mock-ups at the end of the application, you can probably get a better understanding for that. Any other clarifying questions from commissioners for staff? Great. Would the applicant or their representative like to give a presentation? If so, if you could please introduce yourself, name, city of residence for the record. There you go.
Hi, my name is Carl Rafey. I'm an architect with Kobla Creative out of Portland, Oregon.
And Terry Amundsen with Kobla Creative out of Portland, Oregon.
Thank you for taking the time to meet with us tonight. My presentation will not be super long, but we did want the opportunity to explain a little bit more of our thought process and let you know how we came to where we are today. We recognized early on that this was a non-standard proposal for the zone, and for that reason, we met with the Neighborhood Association back in January, just downstairs. The project was met with some good discussion and a lot of positive enthusiasm, and it was that, that confidence that brought us to where we are today. Let's see, you control the slides, right? Also joining us in the audience are our owner developers, Eric Saunders and Steve Smith back there. So I think you all know where we are in the world, but we did want to recognize the location and significance of this site, prominently located with visibility on McLaughlin and Main Street, and being surrounded by the building we're in that provides public and civic services, the residential and mixed uses to our east, and to the south, the commercial uses. We thought this site, rather than being a funeral home, might be more appropriately cited as a community hub for this area. Next slide. And the context that we're working in is at a variety of scales. We're in a 3-story building here. Across the street to the south, we have a 1-story commercial building. And to the east, we have these 3- and 4-story mixed-use residences. And there's a variety of roof forms, flat roofs with parapets, gable roofs, sort of expressing their different natures. So we thought we had an opportunity with our project to start to bridge these differing things and provide a new hub for the area. And once the partial demolition began of the chapel home, we started to discover opportunities and be inspired by the terracing and topography that was revealed. And we thought there was one layer of history that we could build on with our design. For example, the sunken area of the chapel foundation becomes a terraced seating area. The top right photo there was a apartment building there, and that basement starts to become the anchor for our new tap room that goes up from there. In the bottom right photo, you see the old brick monument sign from the funeral home, which we've preserved, and we want to rebrand with the logo and signage for our new project. So there's that layer of history that we're bringing in, and also in the naming of the project, 1847, of course, honors the year that the Llewellyn family first settled in Milwaukie. So there's a couple different angles we're coming at from that. Next slide. Yeah. So the site plan that you're familiar with features the tap room at the north center property line, and that's our tallest structure. It has the the permanent bar facilities as well as the shared restrooms for the entire development. So it's sort of the heart and hub of the activity there. And then the open air canopy, the gray area at the lower right corner of the site, partially shelters the foundation of the former chapel. After reading the staff notes that were released last week, we noted one of the suggested conditions would be to increase bike parking. At the time we submitted this, we put in the code required amount of bike parking, but at staff's prompting and also noting the comments received from the public, we'd be happy to increase bike parking. Because the project has no minimum required vehicle parking, we can easily claim one of our car parking stalls and situate another 8 or 10 bicycles in that area, which I've indicated in red on this site plan. And the main entry to the project is at the southeast corner there, demarcated by that preserved monument sign and giving sort of a prominent corner entry into that open air canopy. Next. You've seen this before. It just sort of indicates the general feeling and vibe that we are pursuing with this project. A variety of spaces of different sizes happening at different levels. The tap room, its uppermost level, is open to the air year-round and partially sheltered, but even the second floor will feature large roll-up doors such that as they're all opened, the second floor of the tap room also feels like an outdoor space as weather permits. And there is, between the design of the structure of the canopy and the structure sheltering the tap room roof, there's a common theme of exposed timber structure supporting those roofs. Next. Just a little blow up of the tap room ground floor, showing how we're providing an all gender restroom sized to serve the pod. Fire tables sprinkled throughout the site will provide cozy gathering spots. And of course, a shared trash and recycling area will be screened from view and located at the furthermost back part of the parking lot. Elevations of the tap room, reiterating what I said, showing the aluminum transparent sectional doors we utilize on the north, south, and no, not on, just mainly on the south and the west elevations where the views are the best. Let's see, Terry, anything I need to add to that? I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, next. And a blow up of the spaces of the, happening under the canopy. There'll be some new stairs created to bring people down into that area from the corner with a couple bike parking spaces right at the corner there. There will be accessibility, a new ramp constructed down into that seating area, and new guardrails to protect it from the areas above. And that cross-section of that canopy area just shows how those different areas are relating from the sidewalk level down about 5 feet to the lower seating area. So you get a sense of the ceiling rising as you descend into this canopy, and it will provide all-weather protection, I think. It's a large enough canopy that you can be there in the rain. And I think there's just one more. Yeah, back to our sort of overall spirit. You can see how our tallest building, the tap room, is adjacent to the tallest building next to it, and the overall masses we've created step down to the one-story buildings across the street. Terry, is there anything you'd like to add?
Nope, that was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have any questions from planning commissioners for the applicant? I had a quick one because I know architectural renderings aren't always what reality ends up looking like. If I think based on my understanding of the application, you're not proposing to, these trees that we're looking at here look like young supple trees. I think are the existing street trees remaining or are they being proposed for removal and replacement?
We are proposing that we will do what the city standards tell us to do. We know that we have required sidewalk improvements, including meeting tree standards on both Scott Street and Main Street. And
so that'll be kind of further part of the process
I
moving
think that
forward.
will vet itself out during the public works permit process.
Okay, wasn't sure. Thank you. Any other questions from Planning Commission? Well, hearing none, thank you for your presentation, appreciate it. Vera, have we received any correspondence on this other than what's included in the packet?
We did receive that additional comment letter from Paul from Rice Thai Cookery. So that was sent out to the commission yesterday when it was received, but that's the only one, yeah.
So we'll now move on to public testimony. If you're here to testify, please remember to confine your remarks to the application and present relevant criteria, and avoid repetition and any information that might be less relevant. If you haven't already, please grab a yellow public speaker registration card, fill it out, name, you can hand it to Vera. If you could check whether you're in support, opposition, or neutral, that would be helpful. And also, when you come up, if you could turn the microphone on, press the little speak button, and then state your name and city of residence for the record so it can be entered into the minutes. We'll start with public testimony in support of the application. Do we have anyone online who might be wishing to support the application?
There are no hands raised from online, no.
Pause here in the room, see if anyone wants to. All right, we'll move then to testimony in opposition to the application. I believe I'm seeing Charles. If you'd come on up, Charles. Again, first name, last name, city of residence for the record. We'll give you 3 minutes. Thanks so much for taking your time to join us tonight.
First of all, my name is Charles Mays. I'm with Canvas Ferguson. Second of all is I didn't realize that the city already had its approval on this spot that we're talking about to be developed. I'm against it, but I think it's a very nice project. This man is proposed for the city, so I do give him my blessings as I speak. I hate to say it like that there, but it's very nice.
Thank you, Charles. Thanks, Charles, for coming out. Appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule. Then anyone else in opposition? And then neutral testimony, Val Hubbard. And Val, I know your note here says a few clarifying questions. We won't necessarily get into a back and forth dialogue between you and the applicant, but if you want to ask your questions, there might be an opportunity for us to.
If I ask a question and it's, no, I don't want to waste anybody's time. So I'm Val Hubbard live in Milwaukie. I actually live in the townhouses and the co-chair for the Historic NDA Association. And they were very nice to come to our meeting. The plans are very different than what you presented when you presented to our organization. But, and I just want to clarify that I am neutral, and I would say that most of us are neutral. It wasn't overwhelmingly. There are a lot of the people that were for it were loud and boisterous. So I just want to make sure that you know that it wasn't a total, slam dunk. Representing the NDA, we had our meeting last night, and most of the questions really came down to the noise and the hours, and will there be staff on site? what is the experience of the organization who's putting this on? I think everybody felt, pretty good if it were going to be like Oregon City or Happy Valley, but, there's still questions about that. So those are the questions that I wanted to ask, and this may not be the time to ask it, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. We might be able to take that up as our own questions to staff or the applicant. So thanks so much for taking the time, also for taking the time to be involved in your community and meet with the applicant team early on in the process. And things do evolve and change throughout the design process as applications kind of come together. I think that then takes us through our public testimony. Wanted to see if there's any staff responses to any of the testimony that we heard. Vera, I don't know if you know anything about operating hours or the applicant's experience in this.
I do not. That wasn't part of the application. We would assume, hours and all of that would just comply with, our code, that we generally have in the city, but I don't have any specifics of that. Perhaps the applicant team can answer those questions for you.
And maybe just before going maybe to the applicant on that, I know you had your big giant code book earlier. Can you remind me generally what are noise hours and kind of city noise enforcement? I know there's some nuisance code and things like that.
There is nuisance code. I don't know that I actually have that code in here.
Okay.
This is all the land use stuff in here.
Another binder.
But that's a different binder, right? But we can look online on what the noise code is. But generally, I believe it's, and I think it depends on the business, or type of activity. But it's, after 7 on the weekends, I think. And I mean, I'll let,
Sure,
I don't want to keep guessing.
There.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then I'm also going to assume, Vera, that given the fact that there's a tap house on the site plans, that would be permitted through the Oregon Liquor and Cannabis Control Commission.
Yes, all of that permitting would have to happen through the state, and generally those OLCC licenses then go through city council after it's been vetted with the police department. I mean, that's what I've seen on agendas in the past. So yes, that would all need to follow those regulations. Yes. Yeah.
Great. Laura, do you have anything about? Okay, great. I believe it might be 10 p.m. is what I was thinking of in terms of noise after 10 and maybe before 7 or something like that. But we can look. Any other planning commissioners have? Well, actually, this was staff response to testimonies. Any other things, Vera or Laura, on staff response to testimony?
If I did want to just clarify something that Mr. Mays mentioned, because I think it sounded like you thought that this was already approved. I just wanted to clarify that there's a staff recommendation to approve, but the Planning Commission is making the decision this evening. So I just wanted to make that clear that the project hasn't been approved yet. That's what's happening tonight, just in case you were, you didn't understand that aspect of it.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. Great. Does any member of the Planning Commission have questions? I'm a little miffed on the script here. I'm not sure who the questions are for, but does the applicant have any rebuttal or any additional information it would like to provide in response to testimony? Okay. Just for folks online, the applicant and their design team just kind of said, whatever the standard hours are, and I think in terms of operating hours. And great. Well, if there's nothing else, I will close the public testimony portion of the hearing on the request of a downtown design review.
I do have one quick clarifying question,
Great.
and it might hinge on some of my points later on. So,
sure.
Hours of operation, is the fenced area going to close at the end of hours of operation? Okay, thanks.
Great. Laura, Vera, anything else about nuisance looking? Okay. No, that's all right.
I might be able to add a little clarification.
Yes, thanks, Jeff.
Nighttime quiet hours are 10 p.m. until 7 a.m. I'm not sure what restrictions on hours of operation that might be placed on the use by OLCC or some other. I believe that the nuisance part of our code would apply to noises during those nighttime quiet hours.
Yeah.
So that would be a code violation.
Yeah.
If they were called, we'd have Tim Salyers out there measuring noise and figuring out whether or not it violated the code.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that would be like I think like you're suggesting, that's like extra loud noises, like normal noise and things like that aren't subject to those nuisances. I know that I've sat on the patio at decibel at 10:30 p.m. and, there's no issues. People are all just sitting there having a cocktail, chatting with their friend. But yeah, thanks for clarifying on that. Great. Well, I will close the public testimony portion of the hearing on the request for a downtown design review and variance at 1915 through 1925 Southeast Scott Street, which is file number DR-2024-001 and VR-2024-002. It's now closed. Is the Planning Commission ready for discussion? Vice Chair Freeman, as is often the case, why don't you lead off?
Chair Freeman, actually, in this instance, I think I'm going to reserve my time.
That sounds great.
I think some of my questions maybe spurn off some of the additional questions. So
okay.
If we can come back around to me, that would appreciate it.
Happy to do so. I just like to give you the courtesy of the first bite at the apple. Commissioner Mulhorn, any thoughts for discussion on the application?
Yeah, I appreciate staff's analysis in the table and the report kind of clearly laying out the standards and the fact that this is, a bit different than what we typically expect. But I do think, based on what's outlined there and based on my understanding of the project, that it's very much kind of in the spirit of the types of development we would want in downtown. So appreciate that clarity for someone who's less familiar with some of that. And so leaning toward supporting. It seems relatively straightforward to me, but I would be interested to hear from my fellow commissioners who might have more specific questions or analysis.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think even just for myself, I think the downtown design review side, it feels fairly straightforward. For me, I've kind of always had a little bit of a harder time on the square peg round hole on the floor area ratio. It's a pretty substantial variant. I guess, I mean, a variance is a variance, but going from, 1 to 1 to 0.2 is an 80% reduction. And I think that's the place where I'm kind of thinking through and where, frankly, depending on what other commissioners have, it might be helpful to just pull back up the variance criteria on that in terms of reasonable, appropriate, minimizing impacts, and can't quite rattle off what the other ones are, though. So that's, I think for me, the downtown review side feels pretty good. I mean, still feels hard that, like, is a canopy a building? Is it, there's like there's some oddities here. But I do think the overall spirit of the proposal kind of aligns, I think, with the intent of the downtown design guidelines. But again, for me, maybe the other bigger question is around floor area reduction and those kinds of things, as I think our DMU is about buildings. And so for me, that's kind of maybe more of the question.
If I may.
Yes.
I think that's maybe the starting point for me is how did we even consider this type of use, looking at it as only using the activation of ground floor level. Not that that's the only part of the presentation, was that that's what led us to think that this is an appropriate use for the space. And it seems like we're throwing our downtown design review kind of out the window based on that, because, well, yeah, the criteria doesn't fit this because it wasn't an intended use for the downtown area. Not that it's So that's where I'm hung up a little bit. So again, we're trying to apply design standards and guidelines to something that wasn't really intended for this downtown area.
Thanks, Commissioner Carpenter. How about Commissioner Fuenmayor or Vice Chair Freeman, either one of you?
I'm trying to still processing. Because for me, I have, again, it's kind of similar. I echo many of the comments that you guys said before, but about what a canopy is a building or not, and if it's a fixed structure, or if it's counted as I still unclear on how also the food carts themselves, they're moving, but they are established as a kind of structures within the site. And I appreciate all the kind of ways around to try to figure out how to fit that within the code, but I'm still trying to understand if we know that we're going to have food carts as a almost semi-permanent structure into the site, but then the canopy itself is a fixed structure that is providing shelter as a building, but it doesn't have walls, but it's still, anyway, it's, I would like clarity on a little bit on that.
Great.
And, however, overall, I just want to say that I really think that this kind of meeting, all the other point of the criteria about that we were mentioned before with the downtown design guidelines, somehow it meets them.
Well, Vice Chair Freeman, we're back to you, at least for kind of leading off in this discussion. So it'd be, curious to kind of hear your thoughts on the topic.
Yeah, I think they would definitely mirror most of what we heard before. Like, we've talked about trying to fit the square peg into a circle, and like, I just, I wonder, like, should we be trying to make something fit that doesn't fit? And I just want to make sure that we're being careful that they're not being over creative just because we want to move the project forward. So I just, think we need to really take a look at what our criteria is and kind of take it maybe step by step.
Great. Yeah, maybe a step-by-step approach might be best. And I do think maybe to Commissioner Carpenter's point of maybe starting on the floor area ratio is probably the place to go, because I think that might be the place for the conversation where some of these topics are maybe more salient than in the downtown design guidelines kind of piece.
Well, I did want to clarify, it was more based on using the activation of the ground floor, and maybe Vera can clarify her statement, how that opened up using the downtown design specifically for a food cart pod, as opposed to a traditional building. But FAR falls into that as well.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, we can talk, and that's like what 19508. I think that when you look at the downtown design, which I'm trying to pull up here, I think it's, oh gosh, just lost it on the website. Sorry. I think it's kind of pulling probably from that the larger, trying to find it here, 508. Great. I think that when, and Vera, please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to speak for you. I think you were probably pulling from the purpose kind of statement in terms of high quality building design, complements district development patterns, fosters human scale design, adds vitality, support the development of a cohesive, attractive, safe downtown area, and encourage private investment. Guidelines don't prescribe a particular building or architectural style, and they apply to all downtown design reviews. So I think it's some of that, and then in the applicability, street-facing facades, types of buildings are kind of outlined there. So I think that's some of where the the activation kind of component is drawn from, but that's, I guess, my own interpretation of the staff report and the presentation, both, I think, from staff as well as the applicant. Does that help kind of answer some of that?
It does, but I'm not convinced.
Okay.
So.
Great. Others, I guess, on, maybe on the, well, and I guess maybe the question then for you, Commissioner Carpenter, is if you're not convinced about that, like, does that then flow into specific findings that, maybe need some further discussion? And I know that there's a lot in the package here.
I can identify the ones that I were okay with. That might be a shorter list.
The ones that you're okay with?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, I don't know if it's an appropriate discussion that it's 9:30 to go through all of my.
I mean, I think it's worth starting, and we'll see, where the conversation kind of goes. So yeah, I think feel free to lead off.
So again, to zoom out a little bit, this is a site that's close to the gateway for traffic from McLaughlin into our fair city, into our downtown. And that's one site, one angle coming down 99. And to be able to build that edge, there's a lot of talk about setting the edge in this review. I think we fall short in that, setting a strong, the language is around strong, visibly attractive, continuous, continuing the downtown feel. And it's the same on Main Street. I think we're missing that mark of continuing the downtown facade, the building structure, the interaction between pedestrian with the buildings. So starting with that, I think we are missing the mark in that. But to go through, we can start with site frontage. Let's see, it states that there should be I'm looking at the purpose statements for each one of these. So site frontage, the purpose is to encourage building design and site placement that enlivens the public realm and streetscape through significant building presence along site frontages and active ground floor uses. I see the active ground floor uses. I don't see significant building presence along site frontage. I don't see building design and site placement that enlivens the public realm. That was another phrase that comes around a lot, is public realm. This is a private space. And we may want to discuss that later, is the difference between open space and outdoor space. What's activated, what do our design standards and guidelines call out the difference between the two? Because I would say that there's a difference between outdoor space for a private development versus open space that is truly open to the public. The way I read a lot of this is that there's a difference between public realm and patrons. So I think we're maybe mixing the two in terms of.
I think so.
And patrons.
Yeah, we might be, but I do think some of that is the interface between like people coming and going from the public site, or from the public right of way into the private site, and that, not just occurring necessarily through the parking lot, but also through the corner, like the kind of the corner entrance. I will maybe give you some of the other things that you're kind of raising, because there are things I think I've been kind of grappling with myself. Let me pause though and just see, again, kind of any other thoughts on just some of the overarching questions. And I do think that for us to be clear, like, this is a little bit of a square peg round hole, right? Like, it's not going to perfectly fit. And I think that's where I think we probably need to kind of be asking ourselves kind of broadly kind of about the standards in order to see, again, whether or not we think this necessarily makes sense. Because that's the purpose of some of the I guess the downtown design review variance as well as the floor area variance. It's saying, this thing doesn't kind of conform with all the standards and.
Sure, and again, not to design the site for them, but I think we could still do a cart pod and address some of the issues of a strong building presence on Main Street.
Thanks.
Anyway.
I'm looking at our my digital commissioners on the screen here. Any thoughts on the discussion as it's evolving?
I don't have any specific new thoughts, but I will say that Commissioner Carpenter's points, they definitely ring true with me. I think he's making some very valid points about, just some of the frontage and I would agree with a lot of what he's saying.
To maybe counter, I'm sorry, yeah, please.
No, I was gonna say that I was gonna say that you're making good points, and as I was going back to the renderings, they were shown about how they look on the site and how that frontage is going to be to the main street and to any of the sites. You raised some concerns about how that's meeting those standards. So I hear you.
Great. Commissioner Mulhorn, any thoughts here?
I definitely appreciate those points and very much appreciate having other commissioners with probably more detailed understanding of design and actual planning. And I think maybe I can try to bring a bit of a higher level, bigger picture perspective. And I think what I'm thinking about a little bit, and maybe this is completely outside the scope of the discussion, and so someone should tell me so if it is.
I will if it is.
The counterfactual of what's going to happen there that we would approve that's going to bring generally the same idea of kind of this enlivening the downtown core, right? What is going to meet the standard? And it sounds like maybe there is a way that a development like this can do that, and I'm very open to considerations of that. But beyond that, what does that look like? I don't necessarily have in my mind a good sense of, so we vote against this and maybe the development ceases and then something else comes along. What is that something else that meets the standards and kind of fills the same, not void, but same need that I think this fills a bit, or is at least trying to fill. And I think that's where I'm struggling a bit, is with this higher level kind of downtown policy discussion.
Yeah. And I think that is in some ways what the application before us, and is probably not worth getting into, what other examples could do better. I don't think that's helpful. But I do think the application it begs that question, right? As I'm sitting here thinking about, an 80% floor area reduction, it's well, what are we trying to get out of this? And does this help us get there? Does it help us take a step there? Somewhere in between? And, I think clearly there's a few other commissioners that are maybe thinking the same sort of thing there. And I think maybe at that, I would be curious to just kind of take a quick read of everyone on this, because, I don't know if we want to take some more time with this application. It's coming up on 9:40. If we do think we can resolve some of these things tonight, or if, again, we need to spend a little bit more time with this, we could, leave the record open. Folks can digest on this a little bit longer, and maybe we take some time and we come back at it in a little bit longer. So, that is an option. We don't necessarily have to vote on this. We could leave we could continue the hearing and, maybe do a little bit more thinking on this, or a little bit further discussion on this before doing that. But yeah, I want to just kind of remind folks of some of our options that we have before us tonight. We don't have to up or down vote this necessarily. We can take a little bit more time on this if we need to. But I'll pause kind of on that. And Commissioner Carpenter's got his finger on the trigger on the microphone, but I'm going to actually go back to Commissioner Fuenmayor or Vice Chair Freeman and see if you have any thoughts.
Hi, Chair Sherman. I would be leaning more to continue it, and I definitely don't like to continue hearings, but in this case, I think it deserves to give it the thought to really think out the process before we move one way or the other.
Thanks, Vice Chair Freeman. And just like you don't like to require fences, it is true that you like to settle things if we can. And so I appreciate you kind of sharing some flexibility there.
I was going to say, I echo that. I feel like I need more time to digest each part of those design standards and how they're made, as it's been kind of discussed before. So
Just kind of
inclined to that.
As kind of a point of order, because I haven't been around for a continuation before, but do we do so with specific pieces of information and questions that we are looking to answer in between, or do we do so just to create additional time to deliberate and to read and such?
Yeah, I mean, I think it can be a combo of both. I think if I'm remembering correctly, and I'll look at maybe staff as well as city attorney, I think we're continuing to a date certain. I do think we want to keep the record open, both for applicant as well as others to submit additional testimony. Does that seem wise? And I think if we, maybe not, and I think if we have some questions that we're trying to kind of like answer that staff can maybe spend a little bit more time on, so in an additional hearing, we can have some further presentation on that. But Justin, I will, look to you here.
Maybe we could take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
So staff could kind of talk about that a little bit. Sure. I have some thoughts, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Great. Do we want to do that now, or why don't we do that now? Let's take a 5-minute recess. It's 9:38. We'll come back at 9:45. Thanks all. Great. Thanks, everyone. We're back on air. Thanks for the opportunity to just have a little space to talk. There's Josh and Ernestina. So I think, have a few options. And one thing I wanted to clarify about continuing the hearing, we wouldn't be opening the record back up for public testimony. It would just be kind of for continued deliberation. And that would really, I think, present an opportunity for planning commissioners who, the majority of which sound like they're on the fence about this right now, to further review the application, to ask additional questions one-on-one to staff, and then staff and the applicant on their own can have any additional clarifying questions, and so it'd give, I guess, a little bit of extra space for folks to maybe digest the fact that I think, as many of us have agreed, including staff, this is a square peg in a round hole. In terms of continuing the hearing, there's unfortunately not any good dates anytime soon, just as summer vacations are upon folks. So, it sounds like we would be asking the applicant to waive the 120-day rule, or Vera, maybe you can kind of lay out what the option is there.
Yeah, so the 120-day deadline, and that has to include any appeals to council, is August 27th.
Okay.
And it sounds like the date that seems to be the earliest that we can hit is July 23rd. So that only gives, and if a decision's made that night, we've got a 2-week appeal period, and then it would only actually give us 2 weeks to try to deal with that with council, and that's not going to work. So when I did approach the applicant, they have agreed to a 30-day extension to the 120. So they haven't waived it, but they've agreed to a 30-day extension to that. So we're at the end of September. So that gives us a little more time for running out that clock.
So we'd continue the hearing into August or something like that, or?
No, July 23rd.
July 23rd. I think for some reason I was remembering July 23rd might not work. Anyways, I guess alternatively, we can also continue the conversation tonight. It is 9:52. We could, chat for another, I think 10:30 is when we have to extend, if I'm remembering correctly, but we could, 10 o'clock? Okay, so 10 o'clock is when we're supposed to be finished, but we can extend the meeting and continue the conversation. I don't know if that would be helpful for any commissioners, or if really, like I was suggesting, we just continue the hearing and then I'll spend some additional time with the application and time conferring with staff to answer any additional questions. Maybe I could kind of get a straw poll on the approach of, should we sit here for another 30, 45 minutes, hour talking, or should we get some additional time so we can kind of process, digest, and think more about this?
I just want, I'm sorry, but Justin is not here on the 23rd.
That's what I thought, yeah. So we wouldn't be able to continue to the 23rd. It would be sometime after the 23rd. Yeah.
It'd be August 13th.
Okay.
Or we do it on the 25th.
Or we do 25th, of July.
June.
Of June.
We'd have to do it.
Which is a very tight turnaround. So we could potentially do that. Yeah. Yeah.
Can I this is maybe going to kick off the straw poll. So I would say I'm in favor of potentially trying to make a decision tonight. And I'm curious, because what I'm not clear on, I think, is the information that we expect to have, or that would help us over that 6-week period to bring us to a point to where we can make a decision that we aren't necessarily right now. Like, it's really not clear to me what's missing. And if it's a matter of just spending more time with the application, personally, I don't see that as necessarily the best grounds for a 6-week extension in this case. That's obviously all just my opinion. But I'm kind of interested in trying to see if we can talk through some of these issues today and maybe reach a decision sooner. So,
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Mulhorn. No, I appreciate that. I mean, I think you were one of the folks who kind of led off saying you thought it was generally all right. And so maybe we'll look to some of the other planning commissioners who had more questions kind of floating around their heads as they reviewed this to maybe ask that question of like, do we think we can, let's pause here. I'd like to get a motion from someone to extend the meeting till 10:15. Could I get a motion?
If I could interject, the bylaws require, the latest we can go is 11 o'clock and it's in 2 30-minute increments.
Thank you.
So a motion to extend till 10:30 would be the first step.
Appreciate it. Thanks for keeping us honest.
I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting till 10:30.
Great. It's been moved.
I'll second.
It's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes carry it. Sorry, other commissioners. Yeah, maybe we can kind of continue the conversation then on what additional information do folks need? I know that I felt like I wanted to talk through floor area ratio and approval criteria. So like I could spend a little bit of time on that and probably that would be very helpful for me. I did hear, I will say, I feel like more from Commissioner Fuenmayor and Carpenter and Vice Chair Freeman, maybe more questions about downtown design guidelines. So, I don't know if talking about FAR is an easy first step, but maybe we start there. How does that sound? I'm the facilitator, so that sounds great. Let's talk about floor area ratio. Could, Vera, it would be great if you could pull back up the approval criteria on the type 3 variance, the reasonable, appropriate, and the 3 sub-criteria. Great. So these are our standard approval criteria for all type 3 variances. Again, maybe just as a recap, and please, Vera or anyone else, correct me if I get this wrong. In the downtown mixed use area, or the downtown zone, the site in question has a floor area ratio of 1:1, and the applicant is asking for an 80% reduction to get to 0.2. And so the discretionary relief criteria for that variance is alternative analysis of impacts and benefits of the variance compared to baseline code requirements, and that Planning Commission finds that reasonable and appropriate, and then it meets one of the 3 sub-criteria. Is that correct? Great. Where do folks stand on this question? I don't know if I saw a robust alternatives analysis. I think I saw asking for a reduction, and that was kind of mostly it. And so I think for me, just at this moment, asking about the impacts and the benefits, it's a little bit hard to do some of that analysis and be able to determine, what the alternative of developing the site at the required standard is. Maybe there's there's probably all sorts of rationales going into the FAR reduction, but that hasn't necessarily been kind of articulated. Do you agree? Or it's not necessarily your role to agree, unless there's something maybe specific in the application that you want to point to.
No, I think I would just, in looking at kind of and how we prepared the findings for this, I think, the total site is over 20,000 square feet. Part of that is the parking area, to be fair. So, and that is part of the site. I'm not arguing the math. And the intent of FAR is regulating intensity of development. And so in how we've prepared the findings, we aren't equating intensity of development necessarily with floor area, with buildings. That there is an intensity to this development from an activity standpoint that's not governed by a building. It's a different way of thinking about what is happening on the site. And I think that's what this whole project is. So certainly as an alternative, and I'm not trying to make their case, I'm not creating an alternatives analysis right here, but the nature of this development is a food cart pod. There aren't a lot of buildings on food cart pod. That's not what they are, right? Because there are carts generally. And so there is building on the site, a building on the site with the covered area. The covered area is not considered floor area because it doesn't have walls. So it technically doesn't count as part of that. So I think
And the food carts don't count either. I mean,
food carts don't count either because they're vehicles.
Space
Yeah.
don't count for FAR.
Right.
So we used that we thought about it in two different ways, right? That there's all these other activities that are going on that aren't calculated as part of FAR.
Right.
And there's not a way to quantify that, but we are acknowledging that that's what's happening on the site.
To whatever extent that's helpful. It's just trying to bring you into kind of how we thought about from the FAR perspective, that it was still creating a very active and intense site without an actual building on it. For this particular case, I take, Commissioner's point that you don't agree with the way we found our, and that's fine. But from an FAR standpoint, that's how we approached the project, because a lot of what's happening on the site does not count as FAR. So we couldn't use that as part of the math. So, yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, please.
If the food cart pods in the covered area were to count as building, as a part of the FAR account, what would be the math in that case?
I don't think the staff are kind of prepared to try and figure that out on the fly.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I just thinking.
I mean, I would guess you probably add about like 2,000 feet or something like that. Like, still doesn't get you to, 20.
Doesn't get you to.
Doesn't get you to 20.
Yeah.
Doesn't get you to 20,000.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe just to see if any planning commissioners have any other thoughts kind of on this. And this, so again, this is around the floor area ratio variance. I still struggle a little bit with A, and then, I will say that on B, I think that thinking about this as a food cart pod development, it does feel reasonable and appropriate for that use and that kind of development. I am still thinking through then the three sub criteria. I could see how the proposal responds to the existing site in a creative manner. Do you think the applicant and their architectural firm spent some time talking about kind of the unique recesses and different elevations and how they've kind of designed around that? I do think there's probably some public benefit in terms of activating kind of the space. Maybe less so on the avoiding and minimizing impacts to other surrounding properties. But we did spend some time just talking about maybe other requirements that are in code already. So, I guess on, thinking about reasonable and appropriate for a food cart pod, I feel fairly good on B. To me, it's the question of do we want, does the code, which is asking for a floor area ratio of 1-to-1 minimum, 6-to-1 maximum, and we're talking about way down here at 0.2, is that what we should be doing?
If I may just read the definition of floor area ratio in our code. Floor area ratio means the amount of building floor area in relation to the amount of site area expressed in square feet. For example, a floor area ratio of 2:1 means 2 square feet. A developer may exclude public utilities. So that first statement of amount of building floor area in relation to the amount of site area expressed in square feet doesn't necessarily get into intensity. It's more of the relation of the building to the site.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if we're talking about a covered food hall, like I've been to in other cities, like we'd be talking about a very different thing, but like that's not the application that we have. And I guess that's maybe just a little bit of my own kind of thought process on this kind of piece. Again, I haven't totally resolved anything, but again, interested in maybe any other thoughts or perspectives kind of on the FAR variance.
Yeah, I appreciate the definition, and I do think that that's clear. And I think what I get hung up on a bit is kind of the intent. And maybe I don't know the intent, but are we looking to have buildings occupy space? Is that the purpose of FAR, or is it to have people as a result of those buildings occupying that space? I think that's the question, right? Do you want to walk down the street and have buildings, like you're in a downtown area, which is valid, that could be the reason, or do you want to be in an area that's kind of more lively because you've brought in that intensity? My interpretation would be the latter, but that's certainly open for discussion, and I may be misinterpreting that.
Appreciate that perspective. Commissioner Foynmayor or Vice Chair Freeman, can't see you as we're kind of on the screen here, but knowing as we forced you into an extra 35 minutes of discussion, now's a great time to share anything before we have to re-up for some extra time or not. But would welcome just kind of either of your perspective on the floor area ratio topic specifically.
I also have reservations about the FAR as well. I don't know, in my mind, I think about, well, what are the main structures, the tap room? Well, if they can't meet the minimum FAR, maybe they need a bigger tap room. I don't know. I feel uncomfortable with just saying, well, it's a food cart, or the plan is the food cart. I just, in my mind, it just doesn't solve the issue for having the minimum FAR for me, just because it's a food cart plot.
Thank you.
You go back to the slide that you had before sharing. I'm sorry that I'm going to be out of screen for you. Sure. Actually, when you were saying and the B, that the 3 was the one that I feel like the 3 does not meet that either, because it doesn't fully respond to the existing build or the surrounding environment, because the surrounding environment is all buildings and it's built to 1 story and it's solid. We don't have open spaces nearby. The only one that I thought it would probably meet would be the desired public benefits, the variance, but in between those 3 subcategories in the B.
Okay. Commissioner Carpenter, thoughts on floor area ratio specifically?
I haven't really changed my stance on where we're going to in floor area ratio, or my opinion of how we're defining it.
Okay.
But I don't want to influence commissioners. So
I think that's fine. I mean, I think if we don't have a floor area ratio variance, we probably don't have a project. Just to start there. So, you know, I think that's a thing for us to kind of consider, and, you know, maybe to, again, have a conversation of, you know, is there value in continuing the hearing? What new or additional information, if any, do we get? You know, even if we kick this down the week, 2 weeks, which is the soonest, otherwise it's, you know, sometime in August, does anything change in a substantive way? And I don't know if I'm hearing any kind of changing perspectives from some of my fellow commissioners. And, you know, again, I'm even a little wishy-washy on this first one. Maybe we can talk then about the other concerns that were or questions that were kind of raised about downtown design guidelines. You know, I think it is a little bit of nuanced code where if you can't meet the standard, you have the kind of discretionary path. And so, you know, maybe if, I think Commissioner Mulhorn doesn't have a lot of questions on that topic, but I think for Commissioner Carpenter or Commissioner Fuenmayor or Vice Chair Freeman, if you have any questions you'd like staff to try and address right now, that I think that would be helpful, you know, maybe in the next 10 or so minutes or 15 minutes, and then we can figure out what we're doing, if we're extending for another 30 or what.
If I may ask a clarifying question, going through the design guideline type 3 process, what criteria need to be met in A through M of those elements?
So all of the elements apply to the project. So they're all in the findings. So some of them, they have met the standards, and so that's identified in the table. But then in others, for example, it would say, because I happen to look at windows, to address this design element, the development can opt to address the design guidelines rather than design standards related to windows, and then it goes through those. So the downtown design review for the type 3 is intended that they've met all of them. That's the approval criteria, that they either meet the standard or that the finding shows that they have met the guideline. So those are the approval criteria. There aren't separate criteria like the variances. It's those A through M. If that answers your question.
I think so. So when we say the findings, the standard is met.
Yeah, it's either the standard is met or this guideline is met. Correct. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Any clarifying questions, Vice Chair Freeman or Commissioner Fuenmayor, or you feeling settled with where you are?
I would like to understand a bit more the definition about plaza and open space you mentioned before, Commissioner, and where does it stand with the place that has an enclosed gate and the closest, and that's kind of the frontage for the streets on all sides regarding a plaza and open. So the plaza and open space area should incorporate pedestrian and scale features consistent with guidelines.
I'm thinking it might be, you know, some of the, is that B?
B in the A side frontage, yeah.
Yeah.
So the private space is considered a plaza or an open space?
Yeah, I don't know, Vera or Laura, if you have any perspective to share on site frontage. B, you know, the standard closes with outlining plaza and open space should incorporate pedestrian scale features consistent with the guidelines in subsection 15 or 19.508 4M. You know, and then the findings are talking about the guideline. And can you talk about the standard as it relates to kind of open space, pedestrian scale features, some of that?
Yeah, so that section B is it's specific to when a building is set back from the property line, so that you've created this open space or plaza area in front of the building. And that talks about, the setback distance being minimized, and, or it should be a plaza or an open space. I mean, in this case, the tap room is set 70 feet back, so the way we write the finding in that there's not a lot of setback between the open air canopy. It's like 9 or 10 feet from the street. The tap room is the one that's set 71 feet back, and that's sort of setting up that back corner of the property. And so that the area sort of between those areas and throughout the site is treated, it acts like a plaza. I get that it's a privately owned space.
And fenced.
And fenced, well, sure, because it's a private space. I mean, so.
And it has the food carts in there, so it's not really open when you have the food carts in there, only, right? So when you see it in the rendering, you cannot see I don't know, sorry for interrupting.
No, sorry, I think the intent is that the areas that is not a building and is not a food cart is an open area as part of that. It's not a sort of your typical formal plaza like there is in front of historic City Hall, old City Hall, like that building is set back, there's a plaza in front of it. This is not set up like that
So it's
specifically.
private space, but it's private space, obviously, right? It is private property, but it also, anyone can come into the food cart pod when they're open. The only time that it's closed is at night right? So it is an open place that people can walk into. So it acts like a public plaza, even if it's not technically a public plaza.
Yeah, which I think is a little it's a little apples and oranges. And I think it confuses the topic. It muddies the water.
The whole thing muddies the water because again, it's like a totally different kind of project that we're trying to analyze based on a foundation of expecting a building.
Yeah, and again, I don't mean to muddle, so I won't. And some of these standards are from the perspective of the public space interacting with the business. And so there's an inherent flow. So I just wanted to say that at the moment. Sorry.
Any other thoughts, questions from planning commissioners for staff on elements of the proposal? Actually, I had one that kind of just came to mind, and I wish I'd maybe asked it earlier it's fairly off the cuff, so I don't expect you to necessarily have an answer, but around the permitting for the food carts at Milwaukie Station down the way. Did you work on that process? Do you know how that was kind of approached? I mean, that's also, I think, in the downtown area. It might have been prior to our update of downtown design guidelines. So I don't know, I guess I'm just kind of wondering, is there any guidance from that project that, would be helpful here? And again, I realize it's 10:20 and that's a detailed question you're not prepared to answer.
We asked ourselves the same question.
Yeah.
And so the Milwaukie Station project does not help inform this process. It was a very different project. It was public property.
Yeah.
It's a temporary use. There are no structures on the site. The downtown code wasn't really applied to that property because it's all, they weren't required. Yeah, it ran a completely separate kind of situation. So for the purposes of this application, we can pretend it's not there for that aspect of it. Yeah.
Well, it's 10:19. We either need to get ready to extend for another 30 minutes, either continue the hearing, or forgetting what my other options are, one of which I know is take a vote. And I feel like I am seeing that Planning Commission maybe just might not be in a position to support this. And rather than, continue a hearing for 2 weeks and make that decision then, might as well make that decision now. And then, the applicant can appeal the Milwaukie City Council if that's what they choose to do. So let me just kind of test that with the Planning Commission of, does anyone feel like they have any other additional questions they'd like to spend 2 weeks digging into this application on with, on their own and with staff, or do folks feel ready for a vote?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is there also an option for that we could say we not accept this proposal, but we suggest that the applicant will come back with that options?
Nope, unfortunately, that is not, fortunately or unfortunately, that's not how the process works because, our role isn't to be the architect team on this project. It's really to kind of say, we have a set of criteria. Does it meet those criteria or not? So, I think, that could be the kind of, and again, the applicant and their team certainly have all right to be able to appeal to Milwaukie City Council should the Planning Commission not approve this application. Any other questions, just maybe on a process side? Do folks feel like they're ready to take a vote? Do we want to extend for another 30 minutes? Not to say we have to take all 30 minutes.
I don't know if it may help our last discussion on open space and plazas. If we're done talking about it, we can be done. But element L towards the end is specific about plazas and usable open space. That may help with that conversation if we wanted to extend later. But we can move back to the motion.
Sure, I would say we make a motion one way or the other.
Great. Could I get a motion then on this? I mean, we can also continue the hearing, but.
If the recommendation of the vote is to deny, then we still have to prepare the findings.
Oh, that's right.
So we would still have to continue the hearing.
Okay.
So we would still have to come back and we still have a long timeline, but I don't know, we need to talk to the applicant if you all did decide, if they did deny, that you would want to appeal it to City Council. And if you did that, then you would need to extend the clock.
Great. Well, could I get a motion to extend the meeting for another 30 minutes so we can tidy this up and chart a clear path forward? We'll aim to not use that full 30 minutes. I apologize. I know it's late.
I'll make a motion to extend this hearing tonight to 11.
It's been moved.
I will second.
Thank you. It's been seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed? Thank you, Vice Chair Freeman. All right, let's tidy this up. So we need conditions of denial to be able to spell out where exactly we're not thinking specific conditions are met. You need time to prepare that. So we probably do need to kind of continue the hearing so that that documentation could be prepared. We could take a final vote then. Is that our step process?
You're assuming that?
Look to staff on this.
I'm not sure I understand what your question is.
It sounds like the Planning Commission's prepared to deny the application. We don't have conditions of denial written at this exact moment, and we're probably not going to get them written in the next 30 minutes on the fly. So staff need time to prepare that. So we're going to, if I'm understanding correctly, we're going to continue the hearing to the 25th of this month.
No, we will not have time to prepare the findings by the 25th because the staff report is due on Friday. So we would have to punt it to August 13th.
And I would suggest that you take a vote tonight so that staff doesn't waste time preparing findings if in
Sure,
fact you're
yeah,
not going to.
no, we can take the vote. I just
Yeah,
thought that we needed denial conditions at the same time as that. Sounds like we don't. Sorry, I misunderstood the process there. Okay, great. And then we don't need to continue the hearing, but you all still need to prep documentation. Is that right?
We don't have findings for denial. We have findings for approval.
I mean, how about
So,
this for a finding of denial? I think if we pulled it back up on floor area ratio, that there doesn't appear to be an alternatives analysis provided. So it's it's A and B, and then B has 3 criteria to it. And, A is an alternatives analysis that compares the baseline code to the proposed variance. There is no analysis of what is the baseline code and why you can or cannot meet it and what the impacts and the benefits are. So I think just even on that, I think you could say on that and sidestep a number of the other things, unless we also felt like it was important to document some of those. Or I'd make an argument that
you need to make findings on every point so that the record's complete for the appeal.
For the appeal, great.
Because if they get up on appeal.
No, thanks, Justin. That makes perfect sense since you explained that. So we aren't able to take a vote because we don't have good conditions. So we should move to continue the hearing.
with the direction to staff to prepare findings for denial.
Sure.
Is that is that right? I guess so I know what I'm doing.
Great. I mean, let's straw poll this. It sounds like on the floor area ratio variance, which commissioners are prepared to deny that variance? You show of hands. I see 1, I see 2.
Commissioners, Chair Sherman, I'm going to abstain from the vote.
You're going to abstain, you will abstain on that. And I think I'm the third on that. So
If I could, I missed this earlier in our earlier hearing. You need to state the reasons for your abstention for the record.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, staff. I don't feel like I have enough time to make a decision fully, so I'm going to abstain from the vote.
Okay. And then I think there's a whole set of things on the downtown design guidelines. And I don't know if, it sounds like we want to take those one at a time. I don't think so. So.
Because some of them are standards.
Some of them are standards, and so should we talk through the table? Is that the place in the application to
If I may, Chair Sherman,
Yes.
we need a motion to extend to 11 o'clock.
Yeah, thank you. It was moved reluctantly.
Did we vote on it?
You, I think, stepped out of the room. Yeah, we voted on it. We extended to 11, but.
Apologies.
No, it's all right. Thanks. So the first site frontage, sub A, we have the standard, and then we have the subsequent findings. Where do folks feel on that? It's not a large building. Yeah.
Chair Schumer, I think that staff could take a stab at going through this. We don't need to do that.
That would be very helpful. Yeah, I don't think we need to kind of walk through it item by item here. Great.
We know where where you're all landing on these things.
Fantastic. So staff will take kind of a lead on preparing some conditions of denial. We will move to continue the hearing. Do we need to have a time and date certain?
I think the next upcoming meeting that we would be prepared to have this conversation would be on August 13th.
Yes, we need to continue to a date
To a date certain. So could I get a motion to continue to a date certain of August 13th?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we continue the hearing to August 13th, date certain.
It's been moved.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's been, the ayes have it 4-1. Application DR 2024-001 and VR-2024-002 is continued to a date certain of August 13th, 2024. All right. Other business. Sorry, let me get back to my agenda, which I have lost on my screen. There we go. So we're now on to item 7.0, work session items. We don't have anything scheduled on the agenda. 8.0, Planning Department, Planning Commission, other business updates. Any items for discussion?
No.
None. I think our next meeting is on the 25th, and we're talking about TSP policies and goals. Does that sound right in terms of future forecast?
Yes, that is correct.
Great. Anything else from members of the commission? No? Great. 10:31 can let you go. Have a good night, or I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to make
a motion to adjourn.
Got that one quick. It's moved, seconded, all improve. Aye.
Aye.
All right, have a good night. Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.